Good morning and welcome, everyone. I would like to call the 436th Council meeting to order. Welcome to our first full meeting of Council in 2023. As a reminder, Council members, please have your video on during the meeting and mute yourself when not speaking. And just to underline that we are live streaming this meeting through the RCDSO's YouTube channel so that the members of the public, profession, and other stakeholders can observe our proceedings today. Before we begin our formal meeting, I would like to take an opportunity to review some of the improvements we are going to be making to our council meeting process. These were improvements that came out of our facilitation first orientation training in February. First of all, as you will have seen in your package, we have converted our council engagement list into a checklist for easier reference throughout the meeting. Throughout the meeting, if needed, I will be reminding council members to keep their comments to under 2 minutes. We are going to be working harder to ensure that everyone gets a chance to speak if they so choose. So I ask that if you have a second comment, the item should be a distinct or new point from your original comment. And I will also remind you that when keeping a speakers list, those people who are speaking for the first time will be given preference over people who are speaking for the second time. The objective behind these changes is to ensure that we have diversity in our discussion and to hear from as many council members as possible during the course of the meeting. I will also be asking council members to use their Zoom hands for voting as well as for questions and comments. This will help us track who has voted and who has spoken on an item. And the Zoom, the function that I'm referring to, at least on my computer, which is a Mac, is in the bottom menu bar. If you click on reactions, there is a spot where you can click on raise hand. Once you have done that, please leave it up until I have either taken the vote count or I have called on you to speak. And when you have either voted and I have asked you to do so, or once you have asked your question, you can hit the lower hand function and your hand will go down. If there are items that are raised during our conversation that do not apply closely to the agenda item, I will ask that we put them in a parking lot. Staff will keep track of this list. We will review at the end of the meeting if there is time, and if not, that list will be referred to executive or staff to deal with in an appropriate manner. We will continue to improve the effectiveness of our meetings. That is a shared responsibility between you, staff, and myself. Your feedback on the new procedures is most welcome. And now I would like to take the opportunity to officially open the meeting with our land acknowledgement. Today in this space, we wish to acknowledge the land on which our college sits. For thousands of years, it has been the traditional land of the Huron, Wyandot, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. But with many of us so far away from the RCDSO building, we invite you to reflect on the traditional lands in your area, which are home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. We acknowledge and honor the ancestors on whose traditional lands we are on today. We stand in solidarity of murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, transgender, trans-identifying, and two-spirited people. Thank you. At this point in time, I would like to turn it over to Dan to take council roll call.
Thank you, Hanno. I will be doing the roll call in alphabetical order, so please anticipate and unmute your microphone. Nalim Bargava.
Present.
David Bishop. I think David is joining us around 9:30. Amelia Chan.
Here.
Ram Chopra.
Present.
Jamie Colliver.
Here.
Christina Cordero.
Present.
Peter Delane. Is Peter here? Okay.
He was here.
He was here.
Okay, so we'll watch for him to add to the roll call. Nancy DeSanto.
Present.
Mark Eckler.
Present.
Ellie Fisher.
Present. Sorry.
Okay. Noha Goma.
Present.
Daniel Haas.
Present.
Vivian Hugh.
Present.
Anthony Mayer.
Present.
Harinder Sandhu,
Present.
Brian Smith,
Present.
Usama Solomon,
Present.
Robin Somerville,
Present.
Rod Stapleforth. I think Rod sent regrets. Mark Trudell,
Present.
Aaron Walker,
Present.
Judy Wilikovich has sent regrets for the morning, and Deborah Wilson.
Present.
Thank you. Back to you, Hanno.
Thanks, Dan. And at this point in time, I would like to ask Dr. Harinder Sandhu to provide President's remarks. Harinder?
Thank you, Hanno, and good morning, everyone. It's great pleasure to be here this morning with you, Council. I would like to thank you again for the privilege of serving as your president for the next 2 years. It is a great responsibility, and I am already enjoying the work that it entails. We have already had a busy first quarter of 2023 with several orientation sessions. As you will hear today, a significant amount of work has already been done at the college. We have a packed agenda today and a couple of truly excellent guest speakers. The agenda really focuses on our strategic matters for the college, new regulations, consultation, access to care, and governance modernization. We will have key educational presentations for council on the quality assurance program and on the public interest. I did want to let you know about a recent meeting we had with the ODA. Dan, Mark, and I had a good discussion with our counterparts at the Ontario Dental Association just last week. It is important that we maintain healthy relationship with the association. We were reminded of course, of the difference in our mission. The ODA is fully focused on the needs of and advocacy for the profession, and our attention is on the public, on patients, and how dentists and the system of oral health care contributes to quality and safe care for all. I would like to take a moment to welcome all our new council members. Thank you for taking on the mantle of service. I know it means a lot of work and time spent away from day jobs and families and hours and on weekends to prep for meetings and to be in attendance here today. Thank you all as well for serving as ambassadors of the college. Wherever you go, it is very, very important. As Hannah noted at the outset, we have taken up many of the good suggestions made by facilitation first at our orientation. The chair, the registrar, and I will continue to work as a team at council meetings. We will pay attention to our ability to reach a decision on all topics. We will work on make space for all the strong voices here at our table. It is important for each and every council member to be able to contribute. It is truly our duty. Today, I would like to thank all of the staff for the preparation for this meeting. Council, there is a significant amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. You see that in the comprehensive material that we have. So thank you all for helping us to be good governors. Dan, the senior leadership, and the entire staff of the college, thank you for all you have done. Even just in the first 3 months of 2023, from CPMF to consultation to the strategic plan work, so many projects have moved forward. I would like to make special note of the emergency class of registration item, which we are discussing today. For those who were with us in December, Dan reported to us that the ministry had asked all health colleges to develop an emergency class of regulation. Staff have done an excellent job completing this work in a very short time. Andrea Forti will walk us through this later in the agenda, but I wanted to note to council that this is the beginning of the work on an emergency clause. There are significant operational elements who will require the assistance of subject matter experts and will continue to need to engage the profession. Potentially, we may consider a working group to help manage this work. We will keep council up to date on this important matter for this for the profession. To conclude, I want to thank you to my fellow council members for your dedication, your thoughtful comments and considerations, and for all the time you dedicate to modern, effective regulation. I would like to acknowledge the members of the public who are joining us through YouTube. We very much appreciate your interest, and I hope that you'd find the discussion enlightening. I trust that you'll find that all of us around the table, either in person or virtually, are serving the public interest. So thank you for being here, and we welcome your feedback. With that, Hannah, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Harinder. I will now move to the declaration of conflict of interest. And before I ask members to declare whether or not they have any conflict, may I remind you that conflicts are important to declare because of our public interest mandate and as a standard reflected in the Ministry of Health College Performance Measurement Framework. So at this point in time, I will ask if any members of council have a conflict of interest to declare on any of the agenda items that we are going to be discussing today. Thank you. Seeing none, I would now like to turn to our consent agenda and the first motion of our meeting. Just a reminder to council that we are continuing to use a consent agenda as a time-saving mechanism. On the consent agenda are multiple items that are for council's information, and council will be asked to approve those in one motion. Council can, of course, ask any clarification questions about an item on the consent agenda, but if council wishes to have a more fulsome conversation about an item, we will take it out of the consent agenda and address it later at our meeting. As always, I am asking you to please use a high threshold when asking to remove an item from the consent agenda. This is so we can manage our time effectively and make sure that we're reserving time for a thoughtful and focused discussion on our discussion items. The consent agenda items are found in your meeting materials, starting on pages 50 and continuing on to page 79. And at this point in time, I would ask if motion number 1 can be put on the screen, please. Okay, motion number 1, that the following items be approved and or received for information by council: approval of agenda, approval of RCDSO council meeting minutes of January 17th and 19th, 2023, and the registrar and CEO report. So at this point in time, I would ask to have a mover for that motion, please. Moved by Mark Trudell, seconded by Christina. And what I'm going to ask now is if everyone can use their raise hand function. Again, it should be on the bottom of your screen under reactions. If you can click on your raise hand, Angie and I will do a count. Okay, I'm still waiting for. Okay, keep those hands up because we're still waiting for 1 or 2 people to vote. Okay, so at this point in time, I am going to ask I've got, I think, 3 people who I'm not seeing anything from.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I've got them all now. Thank you. So that motion is carried. So at this point in time, if you go to the same place where you raised your hand, you can click on the icon that says lower hand, and your raised yellow hand or thumb will disappear from beside your name. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the District 9 Council candidate appointment recommendation. And this matter concerns the vacancy in District 9 for the 2023 to 2025 term. You will find the materials. related to this item in your package on pages 80 and 81. This item is in the public interest as it concerns council, and a fully engaged council is critical for health organization. As you may recall from our January 19th meeting, the election process in November did not produce an eligible candidate for District 9. Council decided to ask the Executive Committee to oversee the recruitment process. They have done so, and now Harinder will walk you through the results. And this is an item for discussion. So at this point in time, before I turn it over to Harinder, Alan, do you have a question?
No, I just like the record to show that Peter Deline is in attendance and was in attendance for the last vote.
Thank you for doing that, Alan. That is duly noted. So at this point in time, I am going to turn it over to Harinder to talk about the District 9 elections. Harinder?
Thank you, Hanno. I will walk council through the steps the executive committee took. We began with a recruitment approach developed by staff. Staff emailed and did targeted calls to current RCDSO non-council committee members who recently completed their terms, and members referred by council members. In addition, the call for applicants was posted on the college's website. At the deadline, 4 completed applications were received. 3 of those candidates were eligible based on the criteria in the bylaws. Executive committee recommended 3 candidates proceed to competency-based assessment interview with a panel of the eligibility review committee. After the interview process, executive committee considered 2 remaining candidates who were eligible to be considered, and we determined unanimously that Dr. Anthony Lishko was our recommendation to council. Since 1973, Dr. Lishko has practiced general dentistry with an emphasis on crown and bridge, orthodontics, and later on implantology. Continuing education has always been his focus. He's always staying current with new techniques and new technology. Dr. Lishko served as president of the Crown and Bridge Study Club in 2001. He was chair of the education committee at the ODA in 2007 to 2008. Dr. Lishko has been serving on the ICR committee since 2019. Dr. Lishko speaks both English and Italian and was raised in Toronto. Hanno?
Thank you. I also want to alert council to a procedural matter. As you heard, Dr. Lishko is currently serving as a non-council committee member on the Inquiries, Complaints, and Reports Committee. The bylaws of the college set out that a person cannot be a member of council and a non-council committee member at the same time, and that the appointment of a non-council member automatically terminates if that person becomes a member of council. So should council approve Dr. Lishko as a council member, you will be asked to pass a second motion to appoint him to the ICRC committee so that he can continue to serve on that committee. Before we turn to the motions related to this item, is there anyone who has a question of clarification as to what we're going to be doing now? Seeing none, I would ask that motion 2A be put on the screen, please. And motion 2A reads that council appoints Dr. Anthony Lishko as a member of council to fill the vacancy in District 9. And at this point in time, I would like a mover for that motion, please. Moved by Vivian, seconded by Daniel Haas. Any questions of clarification? Okay, Amelia, do you have a question? Okay, not yet. Okay, in that case, I'm going to call the question. And again, I am going to ask that you use your raise hand function, which is at the bottom of your screen under reactions. And Angie and I will wait for a few seconds to allow you to do that as we take account for the vote. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. And you can now lower your hand. Since you have confirmed Dr. Lishko as a member of council, his appointment as a non-council member and ICR member has been terminated. In order for Anthony to continue to serve on the ICR committee without interruption, council is asked to pass a motion appointing him to the ICR committee. Before we turn to the motion related to this item, does council have any questions of clarification for this motion? Seeing none, I would ask that motion 2B be placed on the screen, please. And that motion reads that council appoints Dr. Anthony Lishko as a member of the Inquiries, Complaints, and Reports Committee. And again, I'm looking as to a mover for that motion, moved by Aaron, seconded by Ellie. And again, I'm going to ask that all members use their raise hand function to vote in favor of this, if that's what they're choosing to do. Okay, I'm seeing all hands raised. Thank you. That motion is carried. At this point in time, you can lower your hand. And thank you for that, council. My understanding is that Dr. Lishko is in attendance. So if that's the case, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Harinder, please.
Council, let's welcome Dr. Lishko with a clap. Applause. Anthony, welcome to council. We have outlined for council your extensive and impressive background, as well as your work on the ICRC committee. We are delighted to have you join us. Would you like to say a few words? Dr. Lishko?
Can I just check to make sure he has been let in from the waiting room, please?
Please
Hi,
do
Dan.
that.
But he's just connecting to audio at the moment, so I want to
Okay.
give him a few seconds.
Thank you.
Looks like there may be some technical issues. Let me put him back in the waiting room, bring him back into the meeting. Hopefully that resolves the issue.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask a question in the interim, please?
Yes, Jamie?
I'm not sure my raise hand function is working, and perhaps Angie could confirm that. When my hand goes up in this reactions area, it's on an angle and then it seems to disappear. So I may ask if I could also raise my hand on screen like this when voting occurs, please.
Okay, do you want to try doing it now while we're waiting to see if it does work?
Sure. Thank you very much.
I'm seeing it, so it's working fine, Jamie.
Okay, at this point, it seems to disappear, but if it's staying up, that's wonderful. Okay,
I'm
we'll
seeing
go back.
it, so yes. So,
Okay.
I mean,
Now,
and-
I did not lower my hand there. It seemed to have disappeared on its own, just so you know.
You're
Okay.
doing a clap instead of the raise hand.
but clap is fine, as long as I see something, then I can do it. So, but thank you for
How's
that.
that? Is that better?
Perfect. Yes.
Thank
that's
you very
perfect.
much. And thanks for the clarification on clapping.
Hi, Hanno. Anthony has joined us.
Thank you so much. So again, I'm going to turn it over to Harinder to continue. Harinder, I think you're muted.
Thank you, Dr. Lishko, and welcome again. I would ask if you want to make some comments.
Good morning, everyone. I was having a little difficulty getting the sound on, but I think we're okay now. Thank you, Harinder. I'd like to first of all thank council for the opportunity to serve our great profession. I will endeavor to do my very best in whatever capacity I'm asked to serve. And it's wonderful to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. And back to Hanno.
Thank you, Harinder. Anthony, thank you and welcome. At this point in time, I would like to move to the next item on the agenda, which is the Registrar and CEO's remarks. That report was included in the consent agenda and can be found on pages 63 to 79 of your materials. But at this point in time, I will turn it over to Dan to offer a few remarks about his written report. Dan?
Thank you, Hanno, and good morning, council members. You'll see the slide on the screen. And just a comment before I start, within the written report, and I won't mention this any further in my slides, but I just want to make one correction, that the Canadian Academy of Dental Anesthesia was written incorrectly. And that is the group that's commented on in some of the national work and the sponsoring agent for prompting the Canadian Dental Regulatory Authorities Federation to look at dental anesthesia as a specialty. So for the record, we will correct that to the Canadian Academy of Dental Anesthesia. And thank you for pointing that out, Dr. Haas, to me. So I want to go through and talk about some themes with you. Next slide, please. I have a few areas that I want to cover. Some are in the report and some I will elaborate on. So they relate to internal culture, engagement, and equity. I'll also look at some real interesting issues emerging around regulation, licensure, and health human resources. I'll talk a little bit more practically about some of the plans that we have for council continuing education. And then I want to end the presentation with some discussion about accountability and reporting. Next slide. So internally, we conduct a lot of different ways to hear from staff. And every 2 years, we conduct a fairly comprehensive staff engagement survey. Our last one was done in the fall of 2022. We received the results in December of 2022, and we received over a 91% response rate from staff. And when you think that we have probably just over 130, close to 135 staff, the 91% response rate is quite significant, and it gives us a very good snapshot of how we're doing. And again, we ask many questions that relate to things like the work environment, how hybrid work model is going, just the culture of the organization, relationships with colleagues, with leadership. And it really helps us to improve as an organization. So as I said, we conduct this every 2 years. Very pleased to say that we had a lot of strong points within the organization. We had very high agree and strong agreement with many questions that got to issues that related to respect for and collegiality with leaders, leadership, and colleagues. There was certainly a feeling that there's great access to leaders and knowing what staff are to do within their daily work and how they can be supported. Access to colleagues to work as teams across and within teams and departments. And staff also felt a great deal of autonomy in their work and feeling productive, notwithstanding the kind of environment that we've all been living with work and home and personally. So some really great strengths within the organization. We also have a lot of opportunities for further development. So staff thought that we could do more work around communication between departments. We can do more work to really assess workload. And if that means more staff because workload is consistently high in areas, or if it means more process improvements and engaging staff to do that, we as leaders need to also lead in those areas. We also heard that staff were really feeling like there may be not as many areas for development or advancement. And that is one of the things that we deal with as a small organization. Yes, we have 130 staff, but compared to many organizations, we're quite small. And so our management layers are not significant, and there may not be always room for development or advancement in the minds of staff who are very ambitious and want to do more. And so we have to think of different ways that development and advancement take shape. And it means providing individuals with different opportunities, leading teams or leading initiatives or projects. And so we're obviously we're doing that, and we're going to spend more time doing that as well and thinking about what that looks like. We've been very clear from the beginning that we are fully transparent with all staff. So all staff received the results from the external administrator who collected all the data and churned out the numbers. We provided that information to staff, both in a town hall and also in written reports that went to all departments. So all department heads could see their results compared to the whole organization. We will also have some activities coming up in terms of a town hall and focus groups with staff, where we're looking now for solutions. So we want to convert from the challenges or the problems or the opportunities and really find what's going to work, what can work differently. So really proud of the work that all of our leadership team and all staff have done to make this a terrific organization to work for. And the results have clearly panned out in terms of what we want to know, in terms of what we're doing well, and equally what we need to work on. So lots more to come in terms of staff engagement, and I'll ask you to turn to the next slide. The other area that we have really focused on over the last 2.5 years is this concept of transformation. And we've been obviously leading major transformative change across the organization. And that includes a few things that I have on the top of the slide with Michelle Tremblay, who's been at the leadership helm of this effort to really bring together college-wide big change initiatives. And they have focused on service experience, accessibility issues, AOTA compliance, and also French language and others. And these are truly significant efforts. They involve not just Michelle leading more of the quarterback in terms of trying to ensure that leadership in various areas are working towards the same goals, and that the staff are truly engaged in also designing solutions that can work most effectively. Over the last few months, it was also clear that our focus and our attention on equity, diversity, and inclusion needed to think about not only the leadership that we received from Joe Donahue and his team in human resources, but also looking at a broader concept or a broader approach to how we think about equity and how we embed that within the culture of the organization. But we're going beyond just the internal staff. And you can see in the middle of the slide that this also equally applies to you, Council, as governors. And we've had some orientation sessions, as you know, recently that relate to equity and diversity. It also applies to the profession. So stay tuned. There will be more to come in terms of what that means within our quality efforts, what that means within our standards and expectations, and really trying to ensure that the profession is well equipped and knowledgeable in terms of how to apply these concepts into their own practices for patients. And so part of the bigger plan is to really look at a number of activities that are really operational activities that will happen on a daily and a weekly level. But 3 themes are emerging from the work that we want to do, and you can see those on the screen as well. For this year in 2023, we are really going to concentrate more of our efforts on Indigenous oral health care. And I'll comment in a moment about the event coming up on May 26. In 2024, we want to then spend more time focusing on Black oral health and ableism and LGBTQ2S+ issues. And so more education, more opportunities to work with partners in those areas and really think about how it applies to the work that the college does on an ongoing basis. And finally, in 2025, focusing on social responsibility and building that legacy of EDI within the profession. So it doesn't mean that we're not going to touch on any of these themes in years that aren't mentioned, but it means we will be concentrating our efforts as much as possible in those areas as we move forward. It gives us focus, and it also allows us to show some achievement in those particular areas as we move forward. And we will have, and you will hear about some different ways in which we're going to mark our outcomes. Next slide, please. I want to turn now to an issue that is really prominent across the country, and it relates to regulation, licensure, and health human resources, and it applies to many professions and probably all provinces and territories. And what we are seeing are governments and regulators that are trying to remove barriers to licensure. And the key point that I want to make, and I'll make throughout, is removing barriers to licensure does not mean that we compromise or sacrifice on ensuring the competence of the individuals that are being licensed. And this is a tension that always exists when one part sees that it's a barrier and the other part wants to try to improve timelines and accessibility, but knows that there are certain things that need to happen to assess or examine individuals. And so we are seeing just a number of activities and initiatives that are happening across the country and in Ontario. This is a snapshot, and I'll very briefly touch on a couple of things that are really live and current. In February, we heard that the Atlantic provinces are establishing a physician register for the region that will allow for doctors to move over short-term needs or in response to short-term needs, enabling mobility. And they're going to coordinate fees and applications and probably eliminate fees and applications within the Atlantic region, the 4 provinces. So that's one example of one profession across 4 provinces. Nova Scotia, and it says March, but it was just last week on the beginning of the week, I believe, that the Nova Scotia government introduced legislation that is similar to one that we will talk about today, Bill 60 in Ontario. But what it does is it allows out of province, those from other provinces and territories who are licensed practitioners, to apply for licensure in Nova Scotia and to be quickly licensed with no scrutiny. As long as they're in good standing and the regulator approves that, there'll be no fees allowed. They will be allowed to almost instantaneously practice as long as they have their application into the regulator and good standing has been determined. The government is also going to be able to determine or make decisions around scope of practice for various professions. And they're also thinking about using that fast track to licensure to apply it to applicants who are coming from specified jurisdictions outside of Canada. Don't know what that means yet. I don't think the Nova Scotia regulators know what that means. Some of this will be defined in regulation. But again, it's a government that is looking at how do we get individuals and professions into the province faster. Next slide, please. In Ontario, we're seeing some of the same. I will not talk about the emergency class of certificate of registration. It fits into this category of licensing individuals quickly, but you'll hear a lot more about this just before lunch, so I won't entertain questions at this point or talk more about it, but it's definitely the Ontario government's one element of bringing in members of profession faster. Bill 60 was introduced in February, and it's very similar to what I described from Nova Scotia, but with some key differences. It also is looking to allow those who are licensed in other provinces or territories to come to practice in Ontario almost the day they wish to come in. But the difference is they will not have to register with a relevant college. So you will have individuals who are practicing in 4 professions who are not registered or possibly even known by those colleges. And that's different in that Ontario is focusing on 4 professions. Nova Scotia is focusing on all professions. What the government has said is that it will require these individuals to become aligned with an employer and to register with the respective college within a period of time. We've heard 12 months, we've heard 6 months. It is not defined. Much of this will be defined in regulations. The 2 other key differences are when you have individuals who are coming into practice and the college doesn't know about them, you have no way of determining that they are in good standing within their province, their source province. You have fairly high confidence that they have met all the standards because they've been licensed by provinces that largely operate under similar competency frameworks. but you don't know if they have active significant complaints. You don't know if they have active serious discipline hearings that are upcoming, unless the employer or whoever is going to be responsible for doing that good standing check is doing it and doing it consistently and thoroughly. And then you will have a period of time where they're not registered and not subject to college oversight in those 4 respective professions. So what is the complaints process? It is undoubtedly going to happen where a patient has a concern and they will have to go to the employer because the college won't know the individual. So this is a fairly significant step, a significant direction, and one which our health profession regulators of Ontario is paying close attention to. I know the 4 colleges are also looking at their own work with the government to really try to understand how this will work. But HPRO was able to secure a spot at the Standing Committee on Social Policy on March 21st. I'm the current vice chair of HPRO, so I was with the Standing Committee presenting. And we expressed these concerns, but offered our support to help, obviously, with the goal of the government, which is to get more individuals to Ontario, to support in any way possible the drafting of regulations, and also to make sure that we are preparing for the possibility that the legislation and regulations apply beyond the 4 professions. I can tell you that there was a preliminary meeting with the ministry to have a first meeting to talk about regulations, but still a lot more work to do. So that is ongoing, and again, fits into the larger theme of the health human resource shortage that we're seeing across the country and in Ontario. Next slide. So again, there are lots of different things that are happening, which again, we could go to multiple provinces and see some or many of these different things, but there's active recruitment by provinces from other provinces. So you can certainly imagine the impact of that on the province that loses or territory that loses health professionals. There are active activities around changing and expanding scope of practices, removing barriers to virtual care, recognizing credentials faster for internationally trained healthcare professionals, more money that's going into training spots for different health professions. And we even see some innovation like in British Columbia, where they've completely overhauled their payment model for family physicians in the hope that it will attract more family physicians to that province, or more trainees to take family medicine as their residency and ultimately their specialty. Why does this matter to us? Well, I've mentioned a few things. You know that we have an active file at the federal level looking at a federal dental program. And some of the numbers that have been tossed around are that 9 million more patients may be eligible for oral health care across the country. And this might translate into 2 or more million in Ontario. We are already talking about an access to care challenge, and adding 2 or more million patients to oral health care providers is a significant challenge. Next slide, please. And so some of the things I want to keep RCDSO and this council's eyes on are the different opportunities and risk. And some of these are already moving forward, and some of these we're actively working with individuals and organizations. We need to understand as a system, and I say that deliberately, it is not the RCDSO that needs to be figuring out forecasting models for health human resources. We might be a player, we might be a partner, we might have a contribution to that. But as a system, we have to have a much better understanding of forecasting our health human resources needs in oral health care. And I know that Health Canada has recently invited our Federation of Dental Regulatory Authorities to the table. There will be a meeting coming up in the next couple of weeks, and we will be looking at health human resources, particularly in oral health care, and what are some of the areas or pockets of information that exist, and what are the gaps, and what do we need to do, and do regulators have a contribution to that? Because we have registers and we have information about dentists in our case, and possibly across the spectrum of oral healthcare providers. We also can't rest on our laurels. We have to improve the systems that we already have to assess the competencies of internationally trained dentists. So there are a couple of active files right now. Again, the CDRIF table has established a multi-stakeholder working group to look at the process, the equivalency process for internationally trained graduates, and how they actually arrive in Canada and undertake all the different examinations that are expected that lead to certification and licensure, and really thinking about that from both a validity perspective, but also from a timeliness and accessibility perspective. That group has been meeting since January, so lots more work to do, but there is a real commitment by multiple national organizations around the table to address this. And the faculties of dentistry have submitted an application for grant funding from the Foreign Credentials Recognition of Canada group, which has a huge pot, multi-millions of dollars that they are going to be providing to projects that are advancing training and assessment and credentialing of internationally trained members of healthcare professions. So the faculties of dentistry are hoping to be able to look at a model that allows certain individuals who are close to the Canadian standard to identify their gaps and get up to that standard more quickly. I'm working with our Fairness Commissioner regularly in Ontario. Across the country, the Fairness Commissioners are forming many questions about dental credentialing and examinations, and we've been working across the country with all of them through the different dental regulatory authorities in their jurisdiction. But this is really a way to communicate, to assure and build confidence that we are focused on competence, but we're not putting up any unintentional barriers for those internationally trained. And finally, when we see legislation and regulations, and we will talk about the emergency class today and Bill 60 and the information items, how do we ensure that the regulators continue to maintain the ability and authority to assess competence and conduct pre-licensure? That's what we're experts at. That's what we need to maintain. And so obviously those are big issues, and we're monitoring the political environment and the legislative environment related to that. Next slide. And the big North Star in this is national licensure. And some professions have already started to talk about this. This requires, as you know, federal, provincial, territorial government commitment and working together, as well as the regulators working together to be able to do this in an effective way. And so one of the concerns that I would have is that as we do this piecemeal in different provinces, yes, I know that national licensure is the goal and hopefully is something that is part of that discussion, but I'm not so sure that the piecemeal approach is going to allow us to attain that goal unless we have a real commitment by all levels of government to do this, because no one single province can do this alone. Next slide. I'm going to turn now quickly and wrap up in terms of the final two themes. Obviously, Council has spent a lot of time telling us that as staff that you want more education, you want to be able to perform in your roles as effectively as you can. And there's lots of different things going on in dentistry, and we're really looking at ways in which you can acquire deeper knowledge of our strategy and our program areas. Looking at trends that we're seeing, not just in governance modernization, but other trends that we're seeing that are built in or baked into some of our strategic projects. Expanding your knowledge and learning about diversity, about inclusion, about equity, how this applies to your discussions, how this applies to your decision making, and particularly in access to care. It's a huge part of that particular challenge for us. And finally, any benefit that you glean from the education that we can provide not only helps you to serve Council and RCDSO better, but also enhances just your general leadership and where you can apply that in other parts of your professional life. Next slide. And so our key principles in our approach for your education is really the skills-based, looking at how we build on work that we've done to educate you over the last few years in different areas, how it can be as interactive as possible, how it can be practical to the role that we have. And I think you'll see some of that today when Deanna Williams talks to you about the public interest, and also using multiple resources because everyone has very different learning styles. So we want to make sure that we're aligned to the different learning styles of Council members. Next slide. So we've broken this down into 3 parts, and I'll show you a slide next, which looks at what the draft plan is for 2023. Foundational learning is things like fiduciary duty, conflict of interest, bias and perception of bias, understanding our HPA. That's the foundations on which you are going to perform in your roles. We also have some of the fundamentals. So things like governance, things like how to read financial statements, having a greater understanding of our regulatory program areas, which you'll see in a moment is a huge part of what we're doing today, when you'll hear from Susan Taylor on quality assurance, and also as we move forward in 2023. And finally, the connections back to the strategic plan. You'll hear today from Dr. Joel Rosenblum, who's going to talk about access to care. We will have speakers throughout the year on issues that relate to EDI, on issues that relate to your professional development and the profession's professional development and governance modernization. Next slide. And so again, not to spend too much time on this, and we've been working with the executive committee and the president. On the top row, you'll see that over the course of our council meetings, you're going to hear about different regulatory programs. So we're going to provide you with more information about quality, about standards and our approach to standards, about our facilities inspection program, and about PCRA, and registration will be in there as well. You will also hear about, in the middle column, the things that relate to the strategic plan. Very pleased, and I've shared this with you, that we have been able to find a date and launch a day-long session for the 4 councils from the 4 oral healthcare colleges to come together and do a full day on Indigenous cultural training, to learn about the history and Indigenous peoples, to learn about reconciliation and what that actually means at a practical level, and to talk about anti-Indigenous bias and how that relates to our regulatory work. And as you go across to the right, we will talk about governance and public interest. We will talk more about access. We will talk about EDI, and we'll have speakers in on those. And at the bottom is the foundational knowledge that I spoke to. So really trying to provide a broad cut across different themes for your education, and really support you in your commitment to this college and the work that we do in the public interest. Next slide. So finally, I will very quickly go through a couple of things. The College Performance Measurement Framework is an annual report that we must submit to the Ministry of Health on March 31st of each year. I'm very pleased and proud to say that we completed that report after 3 or 4 months of intensive effort to collect information. Many staff were involved in pulling the information together and preparing it, and they've just done a fabulous job. And RCDSO is doing a fabulous job in terms of all the standards that we must meet. And there are 8 standards that this year have been benchmarked, and we fully meet all of them. So again, very proud that the work that we are doing is being demonstrated in this model or this framework that was designed to show regulatory effectiveness. You can access this this document on our website. We have been sharing it through social media over the last couple of days as well. And certainly have a read. There's I think there's an executive summary as well, but you can see all the terrific work that's happening across the college. And then I want to just comment briefly on the council dashboard report. Next slide. We have been providing you with information at every council meeting. On the left, in 2021 and 2022, our dashboard report consisted of an update on strategic projects and really focusing on PCRA and investigations, because we knew we had some significant challenges to address. As we move into this year, what you will see are 2 different approaches to our council dashboard report. The first is operational highlights. So you need to know that we are actually fulfilling our regulatory obligations across the programs that are required by legislation and across some of the support areas. You will see a number of slides, and I'm not going to go into all of them today, but they are in the package of materials attached to my registrar's report on all of these different areas. And on the right, and you'll hear more from Andrea today, we're going to provide you with your dashboard report on the strategic projects. So we still have work to do, but we want to be able, across the 6 key projects that align back to the 3 pillars that you identified as our strategic directions, we want to be able to show you progress, but also be able to evaluate the outputs and the outcomes, that we are achieving something along those pillars and those projects. So this is how we are going to morph into a I think, a more modernized dashboard report for council that demonstrates our continued accountability to you. So in the interest of time, if you just go to the next slide, I'm not going to go over these slides because they are in your package, but I want to just let you know that you will see some routine and some rotational indicators, just things that might be more topical that we want you to see the data and how we're doing. Next slide. So next slide, please. You will also see in quality assurance, for example, in this package of material, the annual declaration, which is the dentists on their annual renewal, letting us know that they have complied with their CE requirements. Next slide. And you can see that on the very right, that with the addition of more instructions about what compliance means and raising this to their attention, that the percentage of those who are complying has increased. So again, a snapshot, but this is what we want. We don't want people to not comply. We have to follow up with all the no's, and we will do so. And we will find that some of them are actually in compliance. But to continue to raise this to 100% compliance would obviously be a useful goal. Next slide. In registration, you can just see volume indicators of applications in and applications approved and out. And this is obviously a great way for us to manage our human resources and our staffing needs as we look at volumes and where they're trending. Next slide. And you can see here that the key is the dashed red line is the legislative requirement that we must release decisions from registration within 30 days of having a complete application. And so as we've come into this year, when the legislation came into effect, we are under that dashed red line. And we will continue to provide you with this information until it becomes very much a pattern and a trend, and we're able to demonstrate that we are meeting all legislative obligations. Next slide. And the facilities inspection program has done a tremendous job in looking at how we deal with the backlog on CT facility permits. And so I know we've had some turnover in staff, and now there's a period of stability, and you can see the purple line that sloped downward coming down. We've had to make some exceptional extensions to those with provisional CT permits, and we want to be able to convert those, but there's a series of steps that we need to take. So you can see that the bar is coming up, and those are the completed ones. And the line is coming down, and we hope to be able to finish all the provisional CT facility permits that are outstanding by the end of June of this year. Next slide. So I will stop there, take any questions, but today I hope you see reflected in the agenda today, with the support of Harinder as president and the executive committee, that we're talking about a number of those different areas that are very much government areas of attention. And hopefully map back to the themes and the strategic plan that you've been very instrumental in developing and approving. Next slide. I'll take any of your questions now, and we'll go back to full screen. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Dan. At this point in time, I do want to remind people that we have a few timed speakers. Our first one is going to be at 10:10, which may not be happening. So I'm going to sort of allot about 5 minutes for questions, but I would ask that if you have a question, you make it as brief as possible. And if you do have a question, please use your raise hand function so that you pop to the top of my screen. Okay, Dan, you've obviously done a great job, but there is Peter Delane.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Just wanted to ask Dan, with regards to EDI at the college, you spoke about, measuring some of the outcomes and stuff. I assume there are certain parameters you're looking at. I was wondering if we considered 2023, let's say, the start point, is there any interest in providing council with perhaps some of the parameters so we know where the college is now, and perhaps annually giving us a little update to see how things are changing as far as EDI goes?
So Peter, I don't have a complete answer to your question, but I can say that the plan would obviously be to demonstrate our accountability in this area as well, to provide those measures. We don't have them yet. I can tell you in two ways that we've tried to start collecting information. We did ask a number of questions to really understand the staff, the diversity of our staff. We have not done the complete analysis yet. We obviously want to treat this data very sensitively. Staff had the ability to opt out. It was voluntary to provide information. And we also collected information when individuals applied to council positions and committee positions. And again, we want to treat this very sensitively. So we're aware of a number of organizations that provide EDI reports that are public. We are looking at some of those measures. We are going to develop what we think with our leadership team and with council related to council's data and understanding. We're going to develop those measures and make them meaningful to us. And make sure that we're accountable and reporting on them. So I don't have them yet, but we're certainly going to be more public about them as we advance forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got two people on my speakers list left. Jamie, you're first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dan, I'm going to lower my hand and appropriately raise my clapping hand because you mentioned it, but I think a tremendous amount of congratulations should go to you and the staff for what is an enormous task to put together the CPMF. And I think unless anyone's been not paying attention, that is probably one of the most fulsome reports I've ever seen in the regulatory environment. So well done. And I am clapping, not raising my hand.
Thank you for those comments, Jamie.
I'm going to shout out to Cameron Thompson. Cameron's led the initiative across the college. Eric Dessau, from a data perspective, many other staff contributed, and we can certainly highlight all of those staff. But I also thank all of them because it was a great effort and a lot of work, and I think a really terrific result. Thanks, Jamie, for that.
And I've got Anthony Mayer and Nalan on my speakers list. So Anthony Mayer, you're next.
Thank you, Hannah. I would echo Jamie's statements. It was really quite a thorough document, very complete. My question is really whether it is appropriate to apply this same level of rigor to a kind of membership engagement survey, and if anything like that is planned in the future. Thank you.
Anthony, can I just clarify, are you talking about an EDI or a diversity type survey?
No, I'm more thinking in terms of, you did a wonderful job on staff engagement, but the college still is responsible for 9,000 members as well, and I think it'd be useful for us to know how these people are feeling. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's 11,000, so we're up a bit, and I think just in the interest of time, there will be a lot more engagement, and particularly as we start to work through one of the projects that relates to access to care and professionalism, and starting to think about engagement and what that means. And I don't know if it will be survey or some other mechanism to understand it, but I know you will hear more about that, and really trying to understand from the profession and engage the profession in the development of some of the things that are core components of professionalism. So we also collect information, not in that way, but we collect it on the annual renewal, as the dentists on the screen know, trying to understand about practice, how often you're working, what are you working in clinical teaching, research, what's your practice look like in various ways. So we're trying to understand the profession more, and we will continue to do so. And I thank you for that question.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Nalan.
Oh, thanks, Adam. Good work, Dan. I just can't help but notice, in terms of QA, the quality assurance, 1 of 15 dentists is not in compliance. And so I hear you, the RCDSO will be looking into that for the reasons why. Will that be reported back to us, these 1 in 15? Why?
We can certainly report that. I mean, we've started by thinking of what would be of use to council to know, and that was one of the markers that we landed on. Again, I would maybe qualify that and say, when we started to describe and provide more instructions, and Susan Taylor could certainly add to this in the afternoon session, when we provided more instructions about what we meant by compliance, we found that some people that said no, they weren't in compliance, were actually in compliance. And so we raised the number a little bit on the compliance indicator, and that might go even further. So again, it's not always the true marker of who's in compliance or not, but we're obligated to follow up with everyone that has said no. And so that's a big job, obviously, and we want to get that down as low a number as possible. I'll just ask maybe for a parking lot item with Susan, and she can comment a little bit more fully in the afternoon session when she presents to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ram, is your hand up? Okay, you're muted, but Ram, I'm going to tell you now, you're going to have to be very quick because we're already running behind.
Yes, I had just a comment about Dan's presentation. I think in the past, we were lagging one thing about Aboriginal aspect of EDI, and in the upcoming meetings with the 4 colleges, I think we are proceeding very well in that direction. So I must say we are moving excellent in that direction. I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. Thank you, Dan, and thank you, Council, for your questions. There are no other people on my list. And Andrea, what I'm going to do is turn to you now and ask you, since I do see that Dr. Rosenblum is present, would it make sense that we go to access of care now while he's here and then go back to the strategic plan?
Yeah, that's great. Hanno, happy to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to you, please, Andrea.
Okay. Good morning, Council. Well, it's my great pleasure to be able to introduce to you Dr. Joel Rosenblum. Some of you may know Joel, but very happy to welcome him to the meeting today. I first met Joel about a year ago, and Joel had agreed to participate in the stakeholder meetings we held on access to care. Those of you who were on council last year will remember that. You can see from the biography that's included in your packages, which I suspect is drastically shortened, Joel has had a very interesting and inspiring career in dentistry to date. He's dedicated his time to caring for some of the most vulnerable communities, both here in Canada and abroad. In Toronto, he has focused on poverty dentistry and has worked in a range of settings, including the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health. He's worked as a clinician and also a professor, introducing students to caring for individuals with mental health issues, creating a rotation at CAMH for students, and importantly, developing a course in psychiatry and dentistry, the first of its kind in Canada. Abroad, Joel has dedicated his career to advancing global oral health, and he's worked in a number of African countries, providing care and support to all manner of community members with distinct oral health care needs, including one that I learned about through Joel called NOMA. And I know Joel will speak more about that. He's the co-founder of the NOMA Action Group, and just is doing incredible work in that capacity. I've learned so much from Joel in the short time I've known him, and I'm thrilled he was able to take time away from his busy schedule to join us today. So Joel, welcome, and Council, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Dr. Joel Rosenblum.
Thank you so much. I don't know if I have much more to say now. I probably just take questions. Just kidding. I'm going to the host has disabled my share screen function. So I'm wondering if someone can help me with that so I can get my slides up on the screen. Let's try that. Okay.
Angelo or Vetzel, I'm assuming somebody's on that.
Okay. It's Andrea. Yeah, we've provided Joel with that access.
Wonderful, thank you.
So I'm trying now to get my presentation up. I can't see it here.
Joel, I have it
Sorry.
handy if it's easier for me to just
Yeah, that would be great.
project.
That
Sure, just
maybe
give me 1 second.
rather than wasting time, that would be wonderful. I've
No
made some
problem.
changes, but I'd rather do that if you don't mind, because I know you have a very tight schedule, and I'll just have someone else pull it up. That would be good. Thank you very much. So we'll wait for this, the first slide. And while we're waiting, I'll just give you a little bit of a few more items. This presentation comes at a really interesting time in my career, because this is my 40th anniversary of graduation. For Dr. Sadhu, he would be interested to know I'm a UWO grad. So I'm a proud UWO grad, and in June of this year, it will be 40 years. So the presentation is entitled A Walk Through the Career of a Poverty Dentist. As Andrea said, I've really dedicated my entire career to trying to provide services to the most needy people that in the community that I worked in, from global health to local health. The presentation is going to be a little bit more of a bunch of interlinked stories as I kind of so before I go on, this picture here is a picture from Mozambique. It's a picture from western Mozambique. And it may look like some very bucolic country setting, but it actually is set in a place that was right in the middle of the war. Mozambique was at war when I worked there. And as beautiful as it is, it's a very dangerous place. There were lots of rebel bases there. There were lots of landmines. There were lots of really, really serious problems going on. And I went there in a health outreach capacity to visit some to try and set up some rural dental clinics. So the place is called Katandika, and I'll come back to that when I come to the Mozambique slide. Next slide, please. So as I said, the presentation will look at various parts of my career where I've tried to provide dental services to people who need them most. So it's a brief walk through places that some of you will know, some of you won't know, but it'll open your eyes to some of the things that I saw. So if we look at the images here, the image in the top left is in a refugee camp where I worked in Sudan, and that's a woman, a patient in the refugee camp. The image on the top right is in rural Mozambique, where we did oral health education. The bottom right is outside of the city I worked in, supervising one of the agents de stomatologia, the middle level dental workers, providing extractions to the local community. And the bottom left image is myself in a homeless drop-in in Toronto. Next slide, please. When I was young, I always had this dream. It was since I was a very young child that I read a lot about Africa, and I dreamt that I wanted to go there to work as a dentist. It was the thing that drove me all through my university career. It drove me all through my dental school years, which were rather difficult. But the one motivating factor that got me through dentistry is I knew that once I graduated, I could realize my dream. So if you look on the right, can you see my cursor? I don't know if you can on the map, because they're not my slides. If not, I'll just have to talk you through it. In 1983, you probably all had been aware of the Ethiopian famine, where approximately 1 million people died of starvation, Ethiopians fleeing across the border into Sudan. So I went there shortly within 6 months of graduating to work at a refugee camp, which was situated right by the Ethiopian border. To get there, I traveled all the way down the Nile from Cairo, and I went through the very bottom of your screen. You'll see it says Lake Nasser. I took a 2-day boat ride on a steamer, which was fraught with danger. It had sunk a year before, and 300 people had died. And then from there, I got on a train that went another 3-day trip that went all the way down to Khartoum, and actually rode on the top of the train, which was another harrowing experience, almost seeing Sudanese man get decapitated when we went out of a station, and one of the overpasses went right over his head. So before I even arrived at the refugee camp, I had a whole basket full of experiences. I got to Khartoum, And remember, this was in 1984. It was at the beginning of the Sudanese Civil War, right in the middle of the Ethiopian drought. And I made my way all the way to the eastern border of Sudan, near the town of Gadaref, which you can see, and worked at a refugee camp called Wad El Halu. Next slide, please. So you can see on the top left, this is a picture of refugees coming into Sudan from Ethiopia. And it was a very difficult time. Some of you will remember the Bob Geldof song, Do They Even Know It's Christmas? That was written in response to this refugee crisis. Like I say, over 1 million people died of starvation. In the middle slide at the top, you can see in the background, there's a small fence. That's the medical clinic that I worked at in Wad El Halu. There were 6 traditional buildings, and one was an outpatient clinic, one was a small inpatient ward, another was an infant feeding center, a medical lab, and we had a treatment room. So I did mostly extractions, I did some simple fillings, and I did some oral hygiene, and I trained an Ethiopian named Amalete in basic dentistry. He went on to perform many, many extractions after I left. And I also worked helping out other parts of the medical clinic. On the top right, you can see those are Ethiopian refugees waiting outside what was the medical laboratory to get results from mostly stool samples. The diseases that were really rife there were amoebic dysentery, bacillary dysentery, giardia, and malaria. Those were the big killers. A lot of people died. There was a lot of horrible stories, a lot of brutality from the Sudanese to the Ethiopians. And there were a lot of really strange things that I didn't understand when I was there that I only understood years later. The bottom right, you can see a woman with her child outside the infant feeding center. That child, as you can see by the width of his legs, he probably didn't survive. He probably died. There were many children who died. And the picture in the bottom center is a picture I drew. One day when I was working in the clinic, a child was brought in. He was severely dehydrated. He had the sunken face of an old man. He was breathing with that, I think it's called Cheyne-Stokes breathing, where there's a deep breathing. And he really was in need of being intubated quickly or he would die. His veins were sunk because he was so dehydrated. The nurses couldn't get a line in. I managed to get one into the top of his head, which you can see there. And it wasn't soon enough. He died shortly after I placed the IV. And we had to wrap him in a burial cloth, take him to the family, and they buried him. It was one of those situations where at the time you bury your own emotional feelings because there was so much going on. But years later, when I came back to it, I found this image from my sketchbook that I completely forgot about. Things kept getting worse and worse. And in the bottom left, you can see that's me sitting on a bed, reading a tropical medicine textbook. I ended up getting a very, very severe case of malaria. And for 2 weeks, I was in cyclical malarial fevers and really not thinking I would survive. I actually wrote my parents a goodbye letter. That's how serious it was. Eventually, I had to be medevac to the capital city to get treatment. I did recover, but I had mysterious fevers for the rest of my life when I went back to Africa. But I ended up having to leave Sudan, partly because of the illness, but also because at the time, there were Ethiopian refugees who are called falashas. They were of Jewish heritage, and there were accusations that they were being clandestinely taken to Israel. At the time, I didn't believe it, but that's the reason I was asked to leave the country. Years later, I bought a book in a used bookstore. It was called Operation Moses, the secret airlift of falashas from Sudan to Israel. So it was true, and most of it came right out of that place, Wad El Halu. That was the epicenter of the falashas. I didn't know at the time, but when I read this book, I saw the names of people that I worked with, the names of people that I knew, and it was quite revealing to think I was in the middle of this international, campaign, clandestinely taking Egypt or Sudanese Ethiopian refugees in Sudan to Israel. So I had to leave. I went back to Toronto. Next slide, please. And my dream had always been, since a child, as I said, to not just do a mission trip, not work for a short time, but to actually go and live somewhere in Africa. I'd hoped Sudan would do that for a very long period of time, but for the obvious reasons, I couldn't. So as I came back to Toronto, I spent 1.5 years preparing to go back to Africa. My goal was to go back to Mozambique. Mozambique is a Portuguese-speaking country. It's one of the 5 Lusophone African countries, and it was liberated in 1975 after a 13-year liberation struggle and after 500 years of Portuguese colonialism. And it was a country that had made huge strides in all markers in health, to the point where internationally it was held as a beacon for African independence. To the left of it, you can see Zimbabwe, which had gained independence in 1980. And just to the south, you can see South Africa, which was fighting off the vestiges of apartheid. Apartheid hadn't yet been killed, but it was dying. We all knew it. We knew it would end. We didn't know when, we didn't know how, but we knew it would end. In South Africa's desperation, they funded a rebel force in Mozambique to try and take down the government and show their own population that Black independence didn't work. So Mozambique was plunged into a civil war on top of a revolution. Now there was a very bad civil war. I lived in the city of Beira, which you can see in the middle. Next slide, please. And Beira was on the coast, and on the top left, it had the one thing it had going for it was it had undiminished, beautiful beaches, completely empty. It was a small city, and it was devoid of most everything. It was in the middle of the war, so everything was a struggle. Everything was difficult. There were very few foreigners. You really had the feeling that you were cut off from the outside world. The only foreigners there were people from East Bloc countries, Cuba and Russia and Vietnam, and some sympathetic people from the West, us, a few Canadians, people from Sweden, and people from England. So I went there to work for the Mozambican government as a government dental officer. My jobs were a numerous group. One, I did some degree of oral surgery in the Central Hospital of Beira. I worked in the outpatient clinic, and I trained dental workers to do extractions, surveys, simple fillings. And the last thing that I worked on, which I was most proud of, that I worked towards the establishment of a national oral health training center. Training had stopped a few years earlier because the government wanted to rebuild a new center. So I was involved in opening the center and training enough Mozambican middle-level dental workers, not dentists, dental workers equipped to do basic dentistry and plan services for their province. So I was one of the foreigners who really helped to push for this. In part of my training, I spent some time in the capital with a Cuban oral surgeon. And as you can see in the top middle picture, it's a sketch in my notebook of a surgery I assisted with. It was a patient who had an osteoblastoma in the middle of his lower jaw, about the size of a melon. She had the cruel moniker of hippopotamus in her village. She finally made her way to the capital, and the Cuban oral surgeon, with my assistance, operated on her and removed from mental area to mental area the front of her mandible, which was enormous, and then cut a rib, which you can see in the top left, and scored it 5 times and bent it and shaped it into the mandible and stitched her up. So I thought, is this what I'm expected to do? It seemed easy for him, but it sure didn't seem easy for me. So I arrived in Beira after this, prepared but not prepared for anything that came my way. The top right, it's not the picture of my patient, but it is a picture that I had permission to print. My first night in Beira, I was in my apartment unpacking, and I heard the softest tap you could possibly imagine on the door. I first ignored it, and then I realized someone was knocking on the door, but I just arrived. Who would know that I'm even here? I went to the door, and it was a Mozambican hospital worker in a characteristic blue hospital outfit. And he said, "Doctor, you're needed at the hospital." I went, "Okay, it's my first day." So I went with him through the quiet streets. The hospital was situated about an hour outside of the city on the beach. And we went there. And as soon as I got into the hospital, it all became clear. The emergency room was packed with dozens and dozens of soldiers, all wounded, all in various states of life and death. And it was because there was an attack outside the city by the guerrillas, and the soldiers were just brought in. I was taken to a soldier who had a big bandage wrapped around his head, and he had spent 2 days making his way from the bush into the hospital. I was the first person to see him. When the nurse unwrapped the bandage, it was more or less what you see in the top right. There was no one else around. This was my patient. And it was all in Portuguese. I learned Portuguese. I studied for 3 months in Lisbon, but I was still trying to speak to the best of my ability. So I had to prescribe what I thought would keep him alive, blood transfusion, fluids, antibiotics, etc., and then go home. I went home, came back the next day, and I thought, oh my God, what did I just do? And I went back to the emerge to look for him. He wasn't there. I went to the ward. He wasn't there. One of the Mozambican hospital orderlies came to me and said, "Doctor, you should check the morgue." And that's when it hit home that really there is a very good chance that he didn't survive. So I started my slow journey to the morgue, the low gray building in the corner of the hospital. And I was fully prepared to identify him and see that he was the patient I saw. And just as I was about to go in, the Mozambican worker came calling for me. He goes, I found him. He was in a military wing of the hospital. I went to the military wing and he was doing fine. But he was eventually transferred by military plane to the hospital for reconstructive surgery. So I saw a lot, I did a lot, and I was accountable for a lot. I had to do fractures, I had to do some osteomyelitis, and I had to do some small surgeries. At the beginning, there was no oral surgeon there. It took about a year for an oral surgeon to arrive, so I had to do the best I can. I'll never forget the first fracture I wired. I spent time in Toronto with an oral surgeon who taught me. I thought on the book, it looks really easy. But when I was in the OR by myself with a nurse anesthetist and the patient, it was a whole different ballgame. I didn't know how sharp the fracture wires were. I poked myself many times in the finger. Remember, this was the time when AIDS was starting to just roll its way into some of the countries like Mozambique. Mozambique was isolated because it was a Marxist country. The borders were closed, so AIDS was quite low, but there were lots of other things. One time I poked myself so deep that my finger in my glove filled with blood. The next day, I wired the fracture. It took 4 hours. The next day, I went to see the patient, and he called me over, and he looked great, and he said, "Doctor, I need your help." And he reached down and pulled down his pants and asked me to examine a lesion on his penis. And immediately I said, "Oh, that's another doctor. That's not mine." But it didn't take long for me to realize that what's in his blood is in my blood. And there was nothing I could do about it. And it was a momentary panic, given that I really did poke myself many times. Nothing I could do. I left the hospital. I walked across the street, and I went and I swam in the ocean, and I lied in the sun and tried to forget about it. Bottom right is a place called Sena on the Zambezi River. I flew in on an Antonov with a Chilean doctor friend of mine. It was a place that was occupied by the bandits for 2 years. When we arrived, it was just 2 weeks after the government forces had taken over the town, and people were just starting to come in from the bush. Many people died. You can see this picture of children who'd been living in the bush for probably 2 years, surviving on grass, nuts, berries. Many of them died. And it was a scene unlike anything else I've ever seen in my life. It was dangerous. When I was there and I arrived, I knew that it was a place that could be attacked by the rebels at any given time. A food aid plane the size of an Antonov with hundreds of 50-kilogram sacks of grain would be seen for miles around. And the rebels were hungry, they were in the bush, and this would attract them. The commandant was guarded at all times by 2 armed guards. The town, it was a small town, 4 blocks long, was guarded. I sensed this pulse of imminent attack the whole time I was there. It was something that it was something that I'd never experienced, but there was this adrenaline rush knowing I was in the middle of it. By dusk, the plane still hadn't come to get us, and we were wondering if we'd have to spend the night there, which was kind of, I was of 2 minds. One would be, this is exciting. One would be, this is dangerous. It came and we left. Bottom middle, a rural clinic in Mozambique where we provided services. We did this in a lot of places. We'd set up wherever we could, and that's the local population. Bottom left is a place called the Grand Hotel, a luxury hotel in colonial times, now occupied by 5,000 Mozambican refugees. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So after my time in Mozambique, I was not the same person as you can imagine. I came back to Canada. I was probably more traumatized than I cared to admit, but I was absolutely intent on doing something different with my career. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I know I wanted to continue on my journey of trying to work with people who are poor. I was staying with a friend, and he was a dentist, and he had a CDA journal there, and I glanced at it, and there was a job posting for a place called Queen West Community Health Center. For some of you out there who went to U of T, Dan, you might remember this. Dan Hoffs, that is. It was the old Shout Clinic, which was started by students in 1969, and they were undergoing a transformation. They wanted to make their services more available to the local population, specifically the homeless. So I went there primarily to try to make a bridge to the homeless community and to try to bring them into the clinic. So that included a number of things. I spent 12 years there. And in top left, you can see that was me examining a woman in a local day shelter for women. I went to every homeless shelter in downtown Core for 12 years, examining people, sending them to the clinic, sending them other places, advocating at the government for improved services for people who were on welfare. We had dental students coming there. And the bottom left is another drop-in center that I worked in. And the top right, we also developed resources. One we found as I started working there and started realizing there's an enormous overlap between low literacy skills and poverty. And I also started doing some research and saw that there were almost no brochures that were available for people who had low literacy skills. So I got a grant, and with a colleague who was a literacy worker, we developed this brochure, which was called Keep Your Teeth for Life. And it was geared to people living in poverty, and it was written in clear language and design, which is known as CLAD. And we provided 25,000 copies in French and English, and we distributed it across the entire country in every dental school, every hygiene college, every Native Friendship Center, and every community health center, every public health center. We flooded the market where people who were poor went, and it was a raging success. Next slide, please. This is just an image, not a patient, but typical patient that I saw. So my 12 years at Queen West it was an amazing time for me. I accomplished a lot. We wrote a lot. We published a lot. We made a lot of impact in terms of government funding and government advocacy to improve dental services. There were ups, there were downs. After there, I decided that I needed a change. I wanted to take on more. And I went to public health. I spent 7 years there, and eventually I left. And next slide, please. I wanted to teach more. I'd been teaching at the University of Toronto dental faculty since 1990, and I knew always it was my passion. From my first days in Sudan right through to the time that I had worked in Ethiopia or in Sudan and worked in Mozambique. And so I went back to the dental school and I committed myself to 3 days a week there. And I went back to CAMH as well to spend 2 days a week. So my area of focus at the dental school was global health. I worked with the dental school to make the Ethiopia program a reality, which I'll show you. And I worked to enhance the knowledge and awareness of NOMA. And I worked with my colleague to bring dental students to CAMH. Now every single fourth year and about a quarter of the third year students all go to CAMH on rotations. So these are some examples of some of my patients. The top left, they're not my patients, just from a confidentiality point of view. They're pictures from the line. But the top left was a patient I had who was a self-extractor. He came in one day and he was missing his 6 front teeth. And I couldn't for the life of me figure out what was going on. I thought maybe my charting was wrong. I thought the x-rays were wrong. I thought he went somewhere else. And I was with a dental student at the time, so it was great learning. And it dawned on me, I went, aha, you took out your own teeth, didn't you? And he nodded in his kind of comical way. He was a patient with schizophrenia and he had very unusual behaviors. And he said yes. So I had to immediately go into self-harm mode and work with the psychiatrist, the nurses, the social worker to try and put in some checks and balances in place so he wouldn't take out the rest of his teeth. The patient on the top right was a woman who had an unpredictable ability to either be nice or to be difficult. And I didn't know which person would present. And when she was difficult, she was extremely difficult to manage. The bottom right was a patient who had missed many appointments. And when he came in and I asked him where he was, he said, "Oh, Dr. Rosenblum, you can't believe what happened to me." And he started to tell me in great detail about his suicide attempt and how he survived. And in the middle the I've Got Sunshine on a Cloudy Day, that's from CAMH Now. And it's my I've Got Sunshine on a Cloudy Day patient who had very, very severe schizophrenia. He was in university. He wanted to be a physician. His sister was a physician. His parents were physicians. He got hit with schizophrenia. His life took a turn. And he had so many challenges, as most people do with schizophrenia, both dental, mental, you name it. But he always showed up with the biggest smile on his face. And he always thanked me more than he needed to for every single thing I did. And what he taught me is if this guy can show up with a smile and be as grateful as he can, I can certainly do the same. I learn a lot from my patients at CAMH. And the bottom left is a patient who came in 4-point restraints, and I had to do a filling on his front tooth while he lay in a hospital gurney with all his arms and legs bound together with 2 or 3 security guards. It was interesting, but it provoked me to think a lot about these type of interactions. Next slide, please. When we first hear its name, we do not know what it is. When we hear it described, we cannot believe what we hear. And when we see it with our own eyes, we'll never be the same again. This is a quote from Bertrand Piccard, a psychiatrist from France, when he first saw Noma. I first saw Noma in Mozambique in 1987, and it never left me. It stayed with me in so many ways. And only about 4 years ago, when I started talking about it at the dental school and writing about it, and when we formed our NOMA action group at the dental school, where we have a ton of students who are members, and we're the only NOMA dedicated organization in North America. Our goals are to increase awareness about NOMA, to advocate for the eradication of NOMA at the WHO, et cetera, et cetera. So I leave that with you. Next slide, please. I'm coming to the end. I know my time is limited. Here you'll see Ethiopia in 2006. Next slide, please. Dan Haas, who was the dean of the dental school, asked me to head up Canada or U of T's involvement from the dental school in the Toronto Addis Ababa Academic Collaboration, otherwise known as TAC. They had been sending physicians to train residents in family practice, in radiology and surgery. Nurses were going, and they wanted dentistry to be a part. So Dan had other faculty members did a needs assessment, and they wanted to start a program to train undergraduate Ethiopian dental students. So Dan asked me to lead it up, and in 2016 we did our first trip. And you can see on the top left and top right, in the background on the right is a dental student from Toronto, and on the left is our dental student teaching one of theirs. We went there for a month, and we taught a course in restorative dentistry, first and second year preclinical, and we gave a ton of lectures, and we did supervision in the clinic. We went every year with 2 dental students and other faculty. COVID shut us down, and we're going back in the fall for the first time since COVID. And at the bottom, you'll see in the bottom right is a place called Lalibela, which is a monolithic church from the 12th century. In the middle is Harar. It's a walled city somewhere between Somalia and Addis Ababa from the 13th to the 16th century. And the bottom left is me feeding or sitting there while a wild hyena is being fed. Another one of those experiences that you don't think about when you do, but afterwards you sure think about it. It was something else. Next slide, please. I realize I'm coming to the end. Last year, I was asked if I would be the MSF dental consultant to the Al-Hol refugee camp in northeast Syria. So I am now helping them open up a dental clinic for the 60,000 refugees who are, it's a really horrible place, Al-Hol. It really is they're detained there, they can't leave. People from 50 different countries. It's a tragic situation in Al-Hol, but nonetheless, our role is to try and open a small dental clinic to be able to provide some basic services, including restorative extractions, endos on critical teeth. So I've been working with the team on the ground to try and get this in place. And it's an interesting project, but it's like everything, once you read, the more you read about it, the more tragic you see it is. Next slide, please. Conclusions. So this is a picture from Mozambique, and it's a bar called the Club Nautico, where I used to go when I was really down and I really felt the war was getting to me, and nothing seemed to be working out. It was very popular in the colonial times, but when I was there, it was open, but no one ever went there. So I would go with 1 or 2 friends, and they would always have cold beer. We'd buy a beer, we'd go walk down to the beach, and we'd stare off into sea. So my conclusions are, I think that poverty work is in good hands. What I see at the dental school is mind-boggling. The dental students they're committed, they're engaged, in some cases they're enraged, and they want to see change. They want to do things. The level of interest in NOMA is off the charts. I never would have imagined 3 years ago that we would have such a strong body of students working so hard to get NOMA recognized by the WHO. The level of interest in CAMH and people with mental illness, huge. So I am completely emboldened by what I see at the dental school today. That is students who are really, really excited to make change. Last slide. This is a picture of rock art that's 8,000 years old from Western Mozambique. It's not a tourist thing. I had to go and walk through the hills of the Vumba Mountains with a Mozambican guide. And it was a dangerous trek because there were rebels around, the war was raging, and there were landmines. We finally found this rock art, which is 8,000 years old. And to me, it kind of epitomizes a lot of ups and downs in my career as a poverty dentist. Here we found it, and it really was a remarkable thing when we saw this with our own eyes, to realize that this goes back 8,000 years. And for me, I think the places where I've gone, the things that I've done, where I've ended up, I feel like it's been a long journey through a lot of prickly thorn bushes, dodging a lot of landmines. But I feel now what I'm seeing at both CAMH and the dental school gives me an incredible sense of happiness, of pride, and a sense of satisfaction that this sort of work will continue in one shape or the other. I just like 3 quick thank yous. One to the college so much for asking me to give this presentation. I'm really, really indebted to you for giving me the opportunity. Second, to all the students who've trusted me to teach them in first year, second year, third year, fourth year at CAMH, in Ethiopia, wherever. And third, and most of all, to Dan Haas, because the last 10 years during his deanship, I don't think half of these programs would have gone anywhere without his support. Dan always supported me, not without wanting to know why, not without being convinced, but Dan supported every single thing I did throughout the last 10 years of last 15 years of mine, but his 10 years of a dean. So thank you, Dan, and thank you very much. And I'm happy to take questions from anybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosenblum. That was a fascinating and educational presentation. And I do see we do have a few minutes for questions, and I see a few hands up already. So I'm just going to work down my list. So Dan Haas, you're next, or you're first rather.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. And thank you for acknowledging your last comment. You know, as a dean, and Harinder will support this, we have to make lots of decisions. We have to delegate out a lot. And Joel would come to me with these wonderful initiatives, and it was always one of the easiest decisions I had to make. And I've had the pleasure of being to Ethiopia 4 times now. When he went initially to determine, is this program something U of T should be involved with? And clearly it was. And coming back, deciding who should head it up, the obvious person was Joel. So Joel, thank you for taking on all of these initiatives. And I also want to reiterate what Joel has said about the students. They are engaged, they're enthusiastic. I really believe the future is bright. They really want to make the world better, and they see what the issues are. And Joel is all part of this, but I fully agree with him. The students are great. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Vivian?
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosenberg. It's a wonderful presentation. I just have a question regarding the fact that you probably went with students, probably like you don't get paid or anything, but what about like things like supplies, and do you get funding for that?
Well, the first time I went, I took a ton of supplies. I've always been of the mind that I'm not there to outfit the dental school. That's not our role. We're not there, but I've kind of had the philosophy that I take what I need to teach. If I need it to be able to teach, I'll try and bring it. But I'm not going there with the boxes and boxes of supplies. So the first year we were there, we took a lot because we taught preclinical resto, so we needed a lot. And it was useful, it was helpful. But as the years have gone by, I've taken less and less. The second year we took a lot, it got taken and held in customs for almost our entire time there, so we never got to use it. So now I'm of the mind that I take small things, like I'll slip a bag of 200 matrix bands in my knapsack because it's light, it's easy, no one's going to take them away, and it'll be 200 fillings that people can do. So I'm strategic in what I bring, but I am also very, very careful about, because everybody out there has used dental supplies that they want to donate, and I don't want to be that guy that goes into offices and looks through donations, because I feel like it's a partnership. It's not a, we're giving you stuff, and at the core of it, it's an academic partnership. So I take what I need to teach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I merely have one comment. Dr. Rosenblum, I just wanted to say thank you to you for sharing your experiences in Africa and for your contributions and efforts for advancing access to oral care for our most vulnerable persons. Your presentation was so emotionally moving for me, and I love it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for those comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Nancy. Harinder?
Thank you, Hannah. Dr. Rosenblum, thank you so much for this presentation. All has been said already. I just want to thank you. It's inspirational, your work is, and as Dan has mentioned, these are a difficult decisions deans have to make. I'm not at Western anymore. I'm retired, but I am very encouraged what is happening at Western. They have a similar project in Rwanda, and we have actually created some outreach programs around London. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to note that you're was educated at Western. I did note from your presentation from the record we were sent. Thank you so much for it is very inspirational, and I hope that we all can reflect on it, and as we deliberate access to care in Canada, we will be thinking about what you have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Brian Smith, you're next.
Thank you. Dr. Rosenblum, thank you very, very much. I echo what others have said about your presentation and the value it has for us, and certainly what you're doing for the people you're serving in Africa. Just fantastic. Thank you very, very much. And I was reflecting during your presentation of our earlier look this morning at the challenges we face as putting together national licensure and continuing education for that type of thing. So they pale in comparison to what accomplishments and good work that you've done there, but certainly act as an inspiration to us all that if it can be done there with the resources and Sonia you have at your disposal, certainly we can bring this to fruition and improve the access to care in Canada. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Brian. And the last speaker on my list is Anthony Lishko.
Dr. Rosenblum, thank you very much for your presentation. It really hits home for me because I have a very good example that it's not the supplies, it's not the equipment, and it's what you've provided all these years. It's the manpower that's needed. I went out and recruited a whole bunch of dental equipment to go to Honduras, and it's been a nightmare for 2 years. It still hasn't gotten there, and you experienced it many times, I'm sure. So it's manpower that's needed, and you've certainly done a great job in providing that. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. Dr. Rosenblum, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you. I think it is abundantly clear from all the individualized comments. Your presentation was incredibly moving, and I think it's touched us all. So thank you as well, not only for doing the presentation, but for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come and speak to us and to educate us all.
It's my pleasure. I really, again, I thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Well, thank you and have a good afternoon.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Council, what I'm going to suggest now, it is 10:50. I'm going to suggest we take our morning break, which will be a 15-minute break. And I'm confident that we can, Andrea, hopefully fit the strategic plan item in between break and lunch. So we will try our hardest to do that. But we will take a break until 11:05. And just a reminder that while you step away from your computer for your break, to mute yourself and turn your video cameras off. And we will reconvene at 11:05. So thank you all.
Yeah.
I'm just going to wait for a moment until I see a few more live faces on my screen. Okay, so I think the majority of the people are back, so I'm going to suggest that we move on. Welcome back, Council. Regarding strategic planning, I'm proposing that we I will put that aside. We will deal with it before lunch if we can. If not, we will find a spot for it after lunch. But I think it probably makes more sense that we continue on with the agenda as outlined following the break. So at this point in time, we are going to be addressing the Access to Care Strategic Project. It is, for your information and discussion, the materials are on pages 104 to 111 of your meeting package, and I'm going to turn it over to Andrea to address that. So it's over to you, Andrea, please.
Thank you, Hanno. Good morning, Council. So the note is in your package, as Hanno mentioned, and it's in front of you today to do two things. The first is we wanted to provide you with an update on the planning process that's been undertaken for the strategic project. This is a project that Council has a lot of interest in, and obviously it's an incredibly important topic. Just in December, we had a discussion with the previous composition of Council on access to care and the project plan. As you see in the note, our project manager, Jean Hopkins, has done a really nice job of responding to that feedback, incorporating Council's direction. And so that's an update on that project, so you can see how that's shaped up. And you can also see in the note, we would like to strike a working group to assist us with some elements of this work. We think that's going to be important. We really want that to be a multidisciplinary working group with representation from a number of different sectors. You can see that set out. I'm looking right now at page 107 of your briefing notes. Sort of highlighted some perspectives we're hoping to cover off. So from the faculties of dentistry, as we just heard from Joel in some of the commentary, access to care is a key issue at the faculties. There's lots of great work being done. We'd like to have that perspective covered. We'd like, obviously, to include members of the profession, a member of Council, representation from the Dental Association as a key partner in this work, our oral health colleges. You've heard Dan say on many occasions that we've engaged in some really good partnership with our oral healthcare partners in hygiene, denturism, and dental tech. And then, of course, public and patient groups. So really, I'll probably stop there, and certainly you can answer any questions. But the specific discussion question that we have for you as Council is if you could help us sort of work through the perspectives I've just covered for the working group. Are we missing any perspectives that you think are important? We're not at the stage where we're getting into specific individuals. We will get to that stage. Right now, we're just trying to cover off the types of input. Are we being comprehensive? Is there any group or area or perspective that I didn't mention or isn't included in the briefing note that you think we need to include? That's what we're hoping to get some feedback from you on today. And happy to take questions. And I know Jean is on the line and she can assist any questions you might have about the briefing note and so on. We'll be happy to help with those. So Hanno, back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. So Council, what you're being asked for today is your feedback, and it's your feedback on the composition of the working group. So at this point in time, Andrea would be interested in comments or questions that you have. And again, just a reminder that that's what we are focusing our commentary or questioning on. And I'm going to start with Nancy. You're the first person on my speakers list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Andrea, for that information. I just had one question in regards to the representation from key stakeholders, specifically with the members of the profession. Are you looking towards members of the profession where they intimately understand the needs of underserviced areas, particularly where access to care is of a concern in their particular area or region? Or are you looking at a more broad range of members of the profession? Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. My instinct would be, I think it would be helpful because we can't have a working group that is unlimited in number. My instinct would be if we could have someone that understands access to care, but also the practice issues that we need to be thinking of and thinking about as a college in any materials that we present. So someone who is able to kind of take that big picture approach as well as provide us with some specific knowledge. If we can balance those two, I think that would be the ideal from my perspective.
Thank you. Any other questions or Nalan?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Andrea, for the report, and I read through that. I just wonder, there's a macro factor, if I can say, that we have to look at, and that is, we all know the population is graying in Canada, and we're having more and more seniors and less people working. But the thing to remember is, as we age, that's the part of the population that requires more health care, and it certainly is true for dentistry as well. But we're going to in an area where we'll have less people to deliver health care. So can we maybe address that in the access to care working group? Is supply of staff, supply of manpower, exactly what Dr. Rosenblum was talking about, will be an issue.
Yeah, thank you, Nellen. And I just want to clarify. So is your point to ensure that we have someone that can speak to a senior care perspective, or is your point about health human resources and that sort of tension? I just want to make sure I've got it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say human resources tension, because every field is going to have this issue. So I think in terms of the college, is there ways that we can operate, or things that within our jurisdiction to deal with the coming human resources issue? Because it's coming whether we want it or not, and I don't think we're going to be able to solve that. But is there something that we can do that can increase access to care?
Okay, thank you, Nalan.
Thank you, Nalan. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm seeing none. So I propose we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the regulation amendment, emergency class of license. This is a strategic matter for the college on the subject of the emergency class of license consultation. Under the Pandemic and Emergency Preparedness Act of 2022, the ministry is requiring all of Ontario's health regulatory colleges to develop a new emergency class certificate of registration with the aim of reducing barriers for new applicants in emergency situations. The material for this item arrived separately, given that the consultation closed on March 24th and staff needed time to analyze the results and consult with legal counsel. This item is for council's decision, and Andrea will walk you through the consultation, the results, and the staff recommendations. So once again, Andrea, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. I've got a short presentation, and before I begin, I just want to acknowledge, right, sort of out the gate, although I'm the person speaking this morning, I certainly did not do this work alone. The materials before you have really been a team effort. Hilary Bauer, our manager of registration, has worked with me side by side on this throughout this issue. And we've been really ably assisted by Sarah Yun, a partner at Weir Folds, And I know Alan has also been assisting with many of the details as well. And we've had assistance from our policy team in terms of managing the consultation. So lots of hands on this. I will lead you through it. Hillary and Sarah are also available to help with questions when we get to that. So next slide, please. This is what I'm going to cover today. I'm really going to sort of pick out highlights from the package that we sent you on last Friday on the 31st. So I'll give you some background, take you through some of the highlights of the consultation, and then really emphasize the decision for you today. I know this is a technical topic. We've tried to do our best in the materials you have to make things, put things in a plain language manner. If you have any technical questions, please stop me. Sarah can obviously help us with those. She drafted the specific legal language in the regulation that's part of your package at Appendix C. As you can see, and I'll touch on later in the presentation, but I'll maybe just emphasize, today we're really asking Council to focus on concepts and ideas. Please try not to get too caught up in the specific language of the regulation, largely because that's going to change. We know through the process that the ministry uses to finalize regulations, regulations are rewritten. So the end product may look a bit different, and our goal is to make sure we understand today your direction on concepts and ideas, so that throughout the process, we can make sure that the version that we end up with represents your direction. Okay. And I'm just seeing, sorry for Angelo and others, I'm just seeing Sarah Yun has entered the waiting room. If we can let her in, that would be great. Okay. So next slide, please. I'll start with some background. You heard Dan say in his registrar's report, and Hanno just emphasized it, this new regulation amendment is an initiative of the government. It has anchors in the government's plan to stay open, which directly arose from the COVID-19 experience. I think it's important to note, though, the government is really, this regulation isn't just about COVID, though. This regulation is really about, and you can see by the name of the statute that's at the bottom of your screen, this is about the government trying to learn from the experience we've had through this specific emergency with COVID and think about how we can be best prepared for other emergencies that may come our way. Okay, so please don't think this is only about COVID and only will apply to COVID. It's going to have a broad application. But really the emphasis here is this is a government initiative. It was their request and direction that all colleges create a regulation. And in your briefing note, you've got a little bit more expansion on some of this background. Next slide, please. So the piece of law that was at the bottom of your screen, the Emergency Preparedness Act, makes some specific amendments to the Regulated Health Professions Act. And I've captured those here. These all relate to registration practices. So there's some direction for us about the extent to which we do or do not require applicants to have Canadian experience when they apply for licensure. Requirements around language proficiency, which is another requirement for licensure. Processing timelines, how fast do we process applications for registration? And then lastly, to develop a new emergency class of license. So the first three, so the green, the orange, and the black, these are all areas where we have made any changes required to comply with government direction. That's happened already. And you heard Dan say in his report, we're already seeing a reduction in registration timelines as a result of some changes we've made to meet the government's requirements. So Canadian experience, language proficiency, processing timelines, we're on top of that. We are in compliance. I'm not going to touch on that today. Today, I'm going to focus our attention just on the last piece of work, emergency class of licensure. But I wanted to just give you that bigger picture so you understood where this fits in the broader landscape and how it relates to our governing legislation, the RHPA. Next slide, please. So you heard me say, and Dan mentioned, developing an emergency class of license was not a choice the RCDSO made or any colleges made. It was a specific direction that the ministry gave to all colleges under the RHPA, so about 26 different health regulatory colleges. And it was not a may or a suggestion, it was you must create a class of license related to the emergency class. So that was a hard requirement. And then they went on to go a bit further, set out a specific timeline for in which this work is to be completed. So they are asking that a completed regulation be in place by August 31st. So that is with cabinet approval. Any of you who have had involvement in regulation development will know that is an incredibly tight timeline. It's very ambitious. The ministry has also set out specific elements that it wishes colleges to include in the regulation to create this emergency class. So on the next slide, I'm going to just drill down a little bit into what those look like. So the government has asked that colleges, when drafting the regulation amendment, that we consider a broad concept of emergency. And you can see, I'm going to touch on these in a very high level, but if you want more detail, it's an Appendix A to your package. This was a memo that we received from the ministry that includes that direction. So in that memo, if you have that with you and you're following along, you'll see that the government has really construed emergency broadly, and it can include any challenges or struggles with human resource issues, supply of professionals. And that's a theme I think you're starting to hear from both Dan's comments and the work that we're going to do here. The government has also asked that applicants for an emergency class license be exempt from some of the usual requirements for registration. They didn't say which ones, they left it up to colleges to determine, but the directive was they must be exempt from some elements. Another direction is the regulation must enable applicants to move from the emergency class to a full license post-emergency. And the regulation must specify a duration of the license and a renewal period if that's needed. Next slide, please. So with all of that in mind, together with Sarah Yoon's assistant, Hillary and I, the three of us, set out to create a draft regulation for the RCDSO that complies with the ministry's direction, but that also works with the existing language of the regulation. That regulation is attached as Appendix C in your package. I'll get to these bullet points in a moment, but I just wanted to sort of anchor you to the fact that what we've done is insert a new section in the regulation. There's a broader regulation that relates to registration practices, and that governs requirements for licensure and all manner of things that the registration committee and registration staff use to do their work. To create this new license for emergencies, we've inserted a section into that regulation, but you can understand that we need to make sure that the language and concepts of that new section also work well with the rest of the regulation so that it fits and it's cohesive, especially because the ministry has asked us to make sure that those individuals who get an emergency class of license can also move into full licensure after the emergency. So we needed to do that additional work to make sure that everything was cohesive. So some highlights here. You have more detail, page 3 of your briefing note, and then of course the full regulation, section 26.1 is the new section. But in a nutshell, what the draft regulation includes is it specifies that the class of emergency licensure can be opened by the ministry or by council. And we've left the criteria for council to be quite broad. It's when council believes it's in the public interest to do so. Applicants to the emergency class are going to be exempt from completing the NDEB exam. That's the National Dental Examining Board exam prior to licensure. That's the one exemption that we've made. They have to meet all the other requirements for licensure. We have specified that individuals who get an emergency class license will be supervised by dentists who have either a general license, specialty license, or academic license. And that's directly to counter any potential risk that may come from individuals coming in and starting practice without their NDEB exam first. We wanted to make sure we had an extra layer of supervision just to make sure there's no patient safety that's going to be compromised because that exam hasn't been written. The license is going to be 1 year in duration unless it is extended. Okay, if the emergency is ongoing, it can be extended. And then council closes the class. So when council believes the emergency is over, council then can declare the class to be closed and licenses to be revoked. Okay, so council has a big role to play in this regulation. Next slide, please. We did engage in consultation, and you may see in the briefing note that consultation is a mandatory requirement when developing a new regulation. The RCDSO is obliged to do a consultation for 60 days. So we brought the draft regulation to the former executive committee back in mid-January, to ask their permission to consult, because to be quite honest, we needed to start the 60-day clock so that we could make the timing work to bring the final regulation back to council and then go onwards with the rest of the process. So our consultation started in January 23rd. It just closed March 24th. The ministry requires a companion consultation to be undertaken where they post our materials on their own website. That was a 45-day consultation that ran concurrently. So that ran from February 9th to March 27th. We have in the briefing note, pages 4 to 5, some detail about the feedback that we've received. And then as Appendix B, we've provided you with a summary chart that gives you a little bit more specificity. But in a nutshell, we had 143 participants. The majority of those were dentists in Ontario. This is a very quick overview of some of the themes that we heard, but many participants questioned the need for or the rationale to have an emergency class of license. And those that made those comments felt there was no need for that. There's questions around the process and implementation issues. So once we have the regulation in place, how would applications be evaluated and what were some of the process steps that would be undertaken? There were some requests for clarification around who might be eligible for licensure. What would an emergency look like? When might the class be open? Details around supervision. And then a specific question, particularly from the ODA, around what we've sort of loosely called a grace period. And what that refers to is once council finds that the emergency is over, so there's no more need for an emergency class of dentists, licenses will be revoked, but there's a bit of a grace period allowed between when they're revoked and between council's direction and when the license is revoked, just to allow for transition of patients, to allow for continuity of care. So there were some comments from the ODA that the time period we had specified originally was not long enough and asked us to make some adjustments there. Okay. Next slide, please. So we have gone through all of the feedback and have worked together with Sarah to think critically about the best way we can respond to the feedback that we heard. And we've included in your briefing note, and I've just copied it here, a proposal that we have for council's consideration. And what we're proposing is that you consider approving the regulation Appendix C with one amendment, and that's an amendment to that grace period I just spoke about. I'm going to talk you through what that amendment looks like in a moment, but that's the only amendment we're proposing to make. If you look at the box, the orange box, what we found when we went through the feedback is that the vast majority of the comments we received are going to be most effectively addressed by communication tools or supporting documents for the profession and the public. So things like explaining why we have an emergency class, explaining that this was the government's direction, explaining who is eligible to apply for that, explaining how it works. Those are all things that are best done through separate tools. A regulation is a very technical, as you can see by Appendix C. It's a technical legal document. It's not a communications tool. It's drafted in a very specific way. And it's not, as you can tell, it's not the most plain language or easy to read. So we really think our best bet is to try to respond to the number of these issues through other means. We also think in the black box here that there are going to be, as I described, some really specific decisions that council has to make once this regulation is finalized. And we're proposing to develop some supporting protocols and policies to assist council. Again, embedding that detail in a regulation is really not the best fit. Regulations aren't intended to include operational detail, so we propose to address some of those elements that way. More fulsome sort of description of a side-by-side comparison of comment and analysis and our sort of proposed action is set out in a good portion of your briefing note. It's pages 5 to 9. So if you're sort of reflecting and you're wanting to understand how things line up, that's your best reference point. Next slide, please. So to talk you through the amendment we are proposing, I've just given you here a very plain language description of the provision. So on the left side in the light gray box is what we had originally. So the way that would have worked is council declares the emergency over. We then notify everyone who has an emergency class of license that, hey, emergency's over and your license is going to be revoked. And what we had originally proposed is that 15 days would be the period between council's decision, no more emergency, and licenses being revoked. What we are proposing in the black is to extend that, and specifically to give council some flexibility. So the new language is, again, same scenario, council declares emergency over, and now the option is there's either 15 days between that council decision and the revocation of the license, or up to 60 days if council determines that that is necessary. So this would be flexibility for council, and we would, as staff, come back to you and get your direction on what time period, but it gives a range so that depending on the nature of the emergency and how things are going, council can tailor that grace period accordingly. I do want to say, though, the intention here would be to set a grace period for all license holders. So it's not individualized, like one person gets 15 days, somebody else gets 30, somebody else gets 60. What we would do is come to you and ask you to set a range for the whole class. But the language we're proposing just gives you that option to have a bit of a spectrum depending on the nature of the emergency. So the proposed language in black has been inserted into Appendix C. It's highlighted in yellow. So if you're looking for a quick reference point, you can scroll to that and you'll see that yellow highlight. That's the language we are proposing. Next slide, please. What's our rationale? So really, it's threefold. We wanted to ensure that any kind of grace period is consistent with the purpose of the regulation, keeping in mind that the goal of this regulation is to assist with an emergency. This is not intended to be a permanent class of licensure. So we didn't want to go with a very lengthy grace period We wanted to keep it relatively short so that it really matches up with the intent. We did want to support continuity of care and allow for adequate time for patients being treated by dentists in the emergency class to be transitioned to other dentists with full licensure post-emergency. And then, as I mentioned a second ago, we wanted to make sure council had flexibility to really determine what grace period would be appropriate. So that's our thinking around the proposal. Next slide, please. I want to talk you through a little bit of what is next to come in the process steps. So in the briefing note, there's a bit of a description about the regulation making process. It's a pretty extensive process. Some of you may know this if you've been involved in it. We partner in this together with the ministry. So the RCDSO has really had primary responsibility for the process steps at the front end of the process. And that's included drafting the regulation that I've described to you, engaging in consultation, bringing this forward to council for your formal direction. And then the last step that we would take in this phase of the process would be to make a formal submission to the ministry that includes the draft regulation and a number of other pieces of information that the ministry requires. With that formal submission, our package goes to the ministry, and the ministry really stick handles the process through the second phase. And that includes engaging legislative counsel, which is a really specialized area of law. These are lawyers that specialize in writing legislation. And so they will take a look at the work that we've done. They will rewrite it however they feel they need to. They may restructure it and reorganize it. We will have input into that process so that we can make sure, even if the words change, that your direction and the ideas are represented. And then the ministry would take care of shepherding this through the cabinet approval process. And just as a reminder, the intention is that all of this is going to be completed by August 31st. So our next immediate deadline following this council meeting is to get a formal submission to the government by May 1st. So that's why today we need your decision on the points that are in your briefing note. So next slide, please. Before I put up the question, I just wanted to give you a summary of the key takeaways, because I know this is a lot of information and it's a technical topic. So you've heard me say a couple times that this is a must do. This is not an option whether the RCDSO wishes to create an emergency class of license. We have been required to do so. So the question is really what it looks like, how we do so. That said, we also must require with the ministry specific requirements for what needs to be in the regulation. So there's a lot of direction here that we need to adhere to. A reminder that as much as we've worked very hard on the draft regulation that you have in your packages as Appendix C, it most certainly will be rewritten by the Legislative Council. So, be alerted to that. It's part of the process. It's not a comment on the nature of the work that we've done. It's how this works, and Legislative Council are looking to make sure that specific drafting conventions are adhered to. As I said, we together with Sarah will work with the ministry to make sure that any new wording complies with your direction. We will be looking at ways that we can respond to the vast majority of the feedback we got through a number of communications tools, and we'll be working with our staff and colleagues in communications to do so. As you can imagine, there will be a lot of implementation work that will happen once we have a regulation in place. The registration committee has been kept up to speed on this topic and this work all the way through. They will continue to be kept up to speed. We're going to be looking at the best way to engage them in helping us with the implementation work. And as Harinder noted in his remarks, we may explore engaging a working group to assist us with some of those elements. Next slide, please. So these are the decisions for you today. I know we have a motion that will come up, but just to talk you through it, we're asking whether you approve the regulation attached as Appendix C, and that includes that one amendment I described about the grace period. And then we're asking for your direction. Do you direct us to make a formal submission to the ministry? That's a required part of the ministry's process, so it's a necessary step for us, but we need your specific direction to do so. So I will stop there. I know we do have a motion. I'm happy to assist with any questions you have. Again, I'm joined today by Sarah Yun and Hilary Bauer. I know Dan is also familiar with this file. Happy to assist with any questions you may have or clarifications. So thank you, Hanno, back to you.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you very much for that fulsome presentation. I'm going to open it now to council members for questions that they have for Andrea and her team. But again, remember what Andrea said at the opening, being to please focus on the concepts and the ideas and not on things like specific language. So I'm going to start with you, please, Anthony Mayer.
Thank you, Hanno, and thank you, Andrea. Very concise summary. I just have one question, which relates to the disposition of the fourth-year dental students. I wasn't able, in reading through it, to figure out what happened to that idea, but it doesn't seem to be in the final summary. Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. Can I just clarify, are you asking whether fourth-year dental students could apply for the emergency class of license? Is that your question?
Yeah, there was some talk earlier that they would be included in this group of people who could be part of the emergency class.
So what I'm going to do, I'll start, and then I'll obviously turn to Sarah if there's anything she wants to add, but what I will do is sort of talk you through who is eligible to apply for licensure under this category. And one of the requirements that we have maintained is that applicants have a degree in dentistry. Okay. It doesn't have to be a Canadian degree. It can be a degree from another country, but they must have a degree in dentistry. So it would exclude students who have not yet graduated. But Sarah, I don't know if you want to expand on anything.
Andrea covered it completely. This is captured in the portion of the regulation where he sets out the requirements, and that requirement for the degree is in the same language as all of the other classes of registration. So that's being kept consistent even in the emergency class. However, the emergency class would allow new grads to apply because the NDEB exam is not required.
Next on my list is Jamie.
Yes, thank you, Andrea. I have a question regarding the feedback that you received from the professionals who responded to the whole topic. Was there any mention of, and I agree, first of all, with the amendment, but was there any question about specific extensions, i.e., in a revocation, could a professional appeal that revocation based on ongoing treatment of a particular patient in their care? That's my question. Thank you, Andrea.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. I don't believe so, Jamie. I don't believe we got that narrow point. I think that what we heard about that revocation, like that grace period that I described, it was really more the logistics of, if a dentist in the emergency class was treating a patient and then the emergency is over, they needed some period of time to make sure they could ensure the patient is passed on to a colleague or somebody else, or give that patient notice. But I don't believe we got feedback on that narrow point.
Thank you. Mark Trudell.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Andrea, thanks for diligently walking us through that step by step. And also Sarah and Hilary, thanks equally for all your hard work on this initiative. I was wondering if you, Andrea, would be so kind just to remind council as to under what circumstances would occur whereby the province or whereby the regulation would come into play.
Yep.
Secondly, does the authority to trigger the enactment of this regulation lie exclusively with the province, or does it equally empower the college to enact the regulation, to put into play the regulation, and to its discretion under what circumstances? So just maybe refresh council on the background. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Again, I will start, but I'm going to turn pretty quickly to Sarah so that Sarah can talk us through. Mark, to answer your question, the regulation at Appendix C contemplates that 2 actors can open this emergency class. One is the Ontario government, and it's just at their request. So they can request that to be open in a number of circumstances, and they're going to construe, as far as we know, emergency quite broadly. And the second actor that can open that class is council. And council can do so whenever it thinks it's in the public interest to have this class open. That's what the language says in the regulation. Sarah, I'm going to just turn to you. If there's anything you want to do to expand on, I know Sarah has worked on this issue with a lot of other colleges and has seen and has been with us as part of our ministry conversation. So Sarah, I'll just let you expand however you see fit.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Mark. As Andrea mentioned, I have been in many meetings with the ministry regarding this regulation and assisted many colleges in doing this exact process that you are undergoing right now. And I can say from the ministry memo, which is included in your package, it is fairly clear that the ministry does and will probably retain the power to require the emergency class to be open for any of the colleges. And the reason I say that is there are actually 2 colleges that already have an emergency class, and that's the pharmacists and the nurses. And in both their regulations, there is that channel for the government to direct the college to do so. And they in fact did, regards to the nurses during the COVID-19 pandemic. So there are certain times when the government may use that. Of course, we don't have a crystal ball as to when that could be in the future, but that is the reason why we have retained that one channel. It's also in the memo to the colleges that require government opens, and they also allow each college to craft another reason to open the class. And the way the RCDSO has chosen to do so is to give that power to council. So it could not be, it's not the registration committee, it's not staff, it is council. And I think that makes sense from a governance perspective that it go before the whole council, again, not exec, but whole council, to determine that an emergency a circumstance has risen to the point where this class needs to be opened.
Thank you. And I think, Andrea, did you want to address part 2 of Mark's question?
I'm happy. I mean, maybe I'll turn to Mark. From my notes and writing down Mark's question, I think we've covered everything, but Mark, please say so if we haven't.
There were 2 questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I think just for continuity here, I believe you've addressed both. One was under what circumstance, and number 2 was who has the authority. I certainly have heard the answer to the question, who has the authority, council as well as the province. Under what circumstance, the impression I'm left with is it's discretionary.
Yeah.
Just go ahead, Andrea.
Well, so what I was going to say is, the memo attached as Appendix A gives you a bit of a flavor of the nature of emergency and how the ministry is construing that and wants this regulation to function. So it can be a whole host of different emergencies, but they, in meetings with us, have been clear that they do not want to see a really specific, definitive definition of emergency in the regulation. They're looking for that to be a broad application. So it can be an emergency like we've had with the pandemic, or an environmental emergency or something of that nature. And it can also be something like not having enough dentists or healthcare providers. So if it's a bit vague, it's by design. And as Sarah took you through, the language, the criteria for council for your decision, should this ever come to you, is it in the public interest? And one of the things we would be looking to do from an implementation perspective is to put together some supporting documents, maybe a protocol or guidance or something like that, so that council can wrap its head around when might it be in the public interest to open this. Can we give you examples? Can we give you ideas so that you can start to crystallize that? But for the purposes of the regulation, based on what we've heard from the ministry, we did not include that detail because they were fairly clear with us. They did not want to see that. So I hope, Mark, that helps.
Thank you very much. Very well thought out. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Sarah, I believe you had your hand up. Did you want to add to that?
Sure. If I can add to Andrea's fulsome comments there, the regulation is, as you know, it goes through a very complex process and is by its nature more challenging to amend in the future. So given the nature of this class being an emergency and dealing with unforeseen circumstances, the decision has been to allow flexibility. And yes, it's discretionary, but with bounds. And the bounds are the public interest mandate and that there are emergency circumstances. And an additional circumstance that could also come into play is a break in registration pathways, any difficulties in registering members, and that you need to have dentists in the system to serve patients. So that is another example that is contemplated in the ministry's memo, and also as covered in Andrea's presentation. So there is a broad range of circumstances, but given it's an emergency and unforeseen, it seemed the best to make it a flexible discretion.
Thank you, Sarah. And I have two people still on my speakers list before I ask to have the motion put up on the screen. So the first person that's on my speakers list still is you, Nancy. So I'm turning it over to you now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Andrea, for walking us through this regulation amendment. It was quite self-explanatory. Thank you very much. My only question is in regards to the terms, conditions, and limitations that are being set upon the emergency certificate of registration, specifically the supervision of the member who holds the general specialty or academic certificate of registration. How will that supervising dentist registrant be selected? And I'm not sure if you're at that level right now, but I was just curious to know, how will that person be selected to supervise this emergency class of dentist? Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. We simply aren't at that level of detail yet. I would say that, you would have seen in the note in the summary chart, we did get questions on supervision and how would it work and so on. And those are some implementation things we're going to take away and work on. And I included in that will be your question about who are the supervisors. What we've done to date is simply indicate the types of dentists that can act as supervisor. We've tried to keep that broad, just depending on how many dentists we get in the emergency class, we may need a fair bit of supervisors. We've also kept broad what supervision will look like, what degree of supervision or manner of supervision. Those are details we are going to fill in. I think at this stage with the regulation, we're simply looking to set out those rules and concepts of how we want dentists in this emergency class to be functioning. So more to come, for sure.
Thank you. Anthony Lishko. Anthony, I think you're muted.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a very, very well concise presentation. I think we all appreciate that. And I think these are directives that are probably come along. But my question was, will there be an opportunity to be area specific when this might be implemented? For example, if there's an issue in Northern Ontario and the rest of Ontario is fine, I think this is something that has to be thought out, and I'm sure that it will be in the future. For example, we can't issue these licenses and all of a sudden everybody concentrates in downtown Toronto at Yonge and Bloor if the emergency is somewhere else. So I'm sure that this will be addressed going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. I'm going to actually ask Sarah to comment, but we have not specified that, and it would not be something, although I take your points, and I think they're good points. I think our read is that it's just simply outside of the college's legal jurisdiction to require dentists to practice or to limit them in the areas that they will practice in geographically. But Sarah, I'll ask you to expand if you can.
Andrea, I completely agree with that. We would not be able to direct that. However, if council determines there is an emergency, in that determination, likely council could give some overall direction and encouragement, but in terms of actually enforcing and requiring dentists to go to a certain place, that would be beyond the scope.
Thank you, Sarah. And I've got Alan's hand up and Harinder. So Alan, I'm going to go to you first and then to Harinder, please.
Well, maybe I prefer that you go to Harinder. I just have a comment to make on a question that was asked earlier by Anthony. So why don't we go to Harinder first?
Okay, fine. Harinder.
Thank you, Hanno. It is just a comment. I just want to assure the council that there is, as I mentioned in my remarks, and Andrea has again emphasized that, there's lots of work ahead of us in implementation. As I mentioned, we may have to have a working group. We will have to select the mentors. We may have to train the mentors ahead of time because you never know when it will be coming our way. So we have to be prepared. We'll have to also do some work on the mentees, the people who will be working under mentorship. So that those things have to be all considered and brought to bear. So please stay tuned, and hopefully in the next June meeting, we may have some answers and have a working group working on these implementation strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Harinder. And Alan, you're the last person on my speakers list.
And I'll be brief. So Anthony asked a question earlier about dental students, in particular fourth-year dental students. And it's important, I guess, to know that dental students, no matter what year they're in, do not require a certificate of registration to practice dentistry so long as they're doing it in the course of their program under the supervision of a member of the college. So there would be, I would suggest to you, lots of ways to be able to involve fourth-year dental students in an emergency. We'd need the cooperation of the schools, but to involve them in that without actually including them in the list of people who will be emergency class dentists.
Thank you for that, Alan. And I see Anthony nodding his head, so he obviously appreciates your explanation in that regard. So thank you all for that. And thank you, council. At this point in time, I would ask that motion 3 be placed on the screen for your consideration. And what we are looking for now, council, is a motion that council approve amendments to Ontario Regulation 205/94 as amended to date, made under the Dentistry Act 1991 as shown by way of redlining in Appendix C to create a new emergency class certificate of registration, and further that council that the registrar forward the amendments to the Minister of Health for approval. So that is the motion for our consideration. I see, Deborah, can I ask you to be the mover? And that's seconded by Ram. So I think we've had a fulsome questioning and discussion already. I will sort of put out one last call. Anyone who has I think those hands up for voting, the hands that are up right now, I'm assuming? Okay, so let's move forward with the motion. All in favor, please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Hanno, could I just ask Sarah or Alan, I believe for the ministry's purposes, we need a specific count in each category. Can one of you just confirm if that's the case? And if so, I just want to make sure we've got noted down how many approved, how many abstained, etc.
I can only say that historically, and I have not heard this for a while, that they have asked for a roll call vote in the sense that they wanted to know each member and how the member voted. Some colleges didn't like that very much. You're on live screen. So, and I'm assuming there is a recording of this, which would demonstrate how everyone voted. And I think it would demonstrate that nobody voted against the motion. So I think it's sufficient if I'm correct that you have a live stream video.
Dan, Dan, you had your hand up, but it's taken down.
No, I think Alan said it. I saw 20 hands up, and Ram and Noha probably had trouble with their virtual hand, or I missed it. So I think we had everybody voting for. And if anybody voted against and we didn't see that, please speak now.
Or abstentions.
I think, yeah, I had difficulty using that hand on, so I did vote for it. I seconded too.
That's right. Okay, thank you. And Amelia, you have your hand up. Is that for the question, or you just haven't lowered it yet? Okay, thank you. So, Andrea, any closing remarks?
No, just to thank all of council for your attention today, and for that, and to acknowledge again Sarah's assistance and Hillary's hard work. We will take your direction, and we will get working on the ministry submission for the May 1st deadline. So thank you very much. You'll hear more about this as we go through the process.
Thank you, Andrea. And take a little bit of a breath, because the next item on the agenda, I'm going to throw back over to you, and it's an item regarding an updated standard of practice. Updating standards of practice helps to ensure that patients receive care informed by the latest clinical and professional best practices. The item for this is an item for decision, and the materials are at pages 112 to 132 of your meeting package. And Andrea, I'm going to turn it back over to you to walk council through these materials.
Great. Thanks, Hanno. So what you've got in front of you, as Hanno noted, this is an updated document related to diagnosis and management of temporomandibular disorders. So those of you who've been on council for a while will know that this was a document developed with a working group. It was led by Dr. David Mock, former chair of our Quality Assurance Committee, and obviously a long, illustrious career, both in his own right and with this council. It's coming back to you with what I would consider to be housekeeping changes only. And why is that happening? So you've heard, council will know that as part of our work related to college standards, we've been doing a lot of work led by Cameron Thompson and our policy team, in this instance, Michelle Cabrera-Gali, our senior policy analyst, to really update how we're working with standards, what they look like, to do a couple of things. We want to make sure that we can clarify all kind of important resources for the profession that include expectations for practice are titled standard. And then anything that's for information will be a resource. So this document was previously titled a guideline. We've retitled it as a standard. We've also gone through and made some minor changes just to clarify language. So in instances where expectations were framed as a should, like dentists should do such and such, we've clarified that to be a must do a requirement so that it's clearer to the profession what is a mandatory requirement and what is simply a suggestion. This is part of broader work the policy is doing to modernize our standards. We're going to be tackling that standard by standard. What's important for you to know is that none of the substantive content, none of the positions, the requirements for dentists, none of that has changed. That has remained exactly as it was when council approved it in 2018. So that's why I've sort of said these are really housekeeping changes. It's about formatting, it's about titles, it's about clarifying, swapping the word should for must when that's appropriate. Importantly, I want to clarify for you that prior to David Mock stepping down from council and from his job as chair of QAC, staff ran this version of the document past David and past the previous quality assurance committee, and both were satisfied with this document. And as I said, David has really been our expert in this area. We have here today to answer questions both Nancy DeSanto, who's our current chair of the quality assurance issues, so any clinical questions that council may have, Nancy can assist. And Michelle Cabrera-Gali is our senior policy analyst who's worked on this standard, so she can help with content questions. The decision for you today is, do you approve this updated standard? And that's set out in Appendix A to this item in your materials. I'll stop there. And Hanno, I'll throw it back to you to manage any questions or comments that council may have.
Thank you, Andrea. Harinder?
Thank you, Hanno. Thank you, Andrea. I just want to emphasize again what Andrea said. This is all about modernization of our governance standards. It removes a lot of ambiguity when we change should to must. So it is, nothing has changed. It's just that we are emphasizing that anybody who's treating these patients must have that training, because in the past, I have seen around ICRC and other places that ambiguity does not help in deciding those cases, and especially when training is concerned. So that's exactly what Andrea has mentioned. Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Hanno.
Thank you, Harinder. Anthony?
Thank you, Hanno. I have a comment and I guess / a question, sort of tangentially related. I thought document was excellent, and I thought the update was very useful. My question is more specifically about something that's mentioned on page 12 of the document, or 126 of our notes, which is there's a couple paragraphs there related to sleep apnea or sleep disordered breathing treatments. And I would say anecdotally, as a practicing member, that this is something that has increased significantly over the past few years. And I feel like if the college does not have a complete protocol type of document with standards on this type of therapy, that it is sorely needed. And I would suggest that we update that if it exists, or create one if it does not exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. And I have no more speakers on my list. So what I am going to ask is that motion number 4 be put on the screen and read into the record. And then if there is further discussion or questions, we can address that. So what, for your consideration, council, we're looking or asking that council approves the updated standard of practice, diagnosis and management of temporomandibular disorders as set out in Appendix A of the resources as a standard of practice of the RCDSO. So I'm looking for a mover for that. Moved by Anthony Lishko, seconded by Brian Smith. We have had the opportunity for questions. Are there any other people who have a question? Okay, so in that case, I'm going to ask that you raise your Zoom hand if you are in favor of that motion. And Angie and I will sort of scan the screen to make sure that we I think that looks to me that has been unanimously approved. So thank you for that, Council. We were running behind a little bit prior to the break. Now we're actually have made up time. So what I'm going to ask is that we go back to the last item prior to the break, which was the RCDSO strategic plan for 2020 to 2023 and 2023 to 2025. And there are going to be two connected items. The materials for the first item, which is the strategic plan from 2020 to 2023, is on pages 82 to 92 of your meeting package. And the materials for the second item, which is the strategic plan 2023 to 2025, is on pages 93 to 102 of your package. And Andrea, once again, I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Hanno. I've got a very short slide deck that I was just going to take council through. So Angelo or others, if you could put that strategic plan deck up, that'd be great. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I'll keep my comments pretty brief here. As Hanno mentioned, I'm going to talk about both our immediate past strategic plan and our current strategic plan. Today, I'll offer a couple comments on both. Next slide, please. So starting with the immediate past strategic plan, so that's our 2020 to 2023 plan. For those of you who were not on council at the time, this was approved by council in 2019. We launched it January 2020, and we closed it January 1st, 2023, just as our new plan was coming in. Quite a time, as you can imagine, to be engaged in strategic planning work with just all of the upheaval related to the COVID pandemic and a whole other host of related things. Importantly, this was the RCDSO's first ever strategic plan. So really momentous document, very ambitious. We had 7 separate objectives. The focus was on both internal issues, so operations and staff support, as well as externally facing issues like governance, like COVID and others, including access to care. And I think really, and you heard Dan talk about this in his registrar's report, is really transformative and foundational in nature. This was a plan that really asked us, through council's direction, to think about how we were functioning as a regulatory authority, to be mindful of the modernization efforts that were really all around us, and to challenge ourselves in terms of taking a look at the work we were doing, how we were doing it, and think about ways that we could modernize and improve. Next slide, please. And we certainly did that. As part of our process in closing out this strategic plan, we wanted to put together a dedicated report for council on reflections from the last 3 years. Those of you who've been on council will know at each council meeting, we came to you with both qualitative and quantitative reports on our strategic projects. Those were in the form of a narrative report drafted to council, as well as a dashboard, which Dan spoke about this morning. But in addition to those step-by-step reports, we wanted to kind of roll all of the sort of results from the past 3 years up into one document. You've got that in your package at page 85. And it's meant to be high level. It's meant to really be reflective of what the last 3 years have held for us. And I've included some highlights here. We engaged in 44 strategic projects in support of 7 objectives, no small feat. Over 90% of those projects were complete. The remaining 10%, we either repurposed or had to reimagine due to some significant shifts in content and landscape, or those projects were continuing and are continuing either as operational initiatives, which will be ongoing, or strategic work under the current strategic plan. Some key initiatives, outcomes, and successes. are in a few different themes. We had some real successes around the ways that we're supporting our staff to do the work that we need to do, whether in core regulatory areas or in a number of supporting operational areas like IT, like human resources. And those of you will know that it's our staff who just sort of tirelessly make sure that the college keeps fulfilling its duties, its obligations, keeps being aspirational to evolve and to change and be responsive to the landscape. So that was a key accomplishment. We engaged in a number of continuous quality improvement initiatives to incorporate things like a data-focused approach with the onboarding of our first ever data scientist, Eric Dessa, with launching of a new IT operating system that allows us to pull and use data to automate some of our processes, to find efficiencies elsewhere, to think about service and improving how we interact with the profession and the public. We engaged in significant organizational transformation. So thinking about what areas we have around the college, how those are composed, where they live, how we do the work that we do. Lots of great work having been done there. And Dan mentioned we had a dedicated position under the leadership of Michelle Tremblay to really think about transformation at the college. And then lots of work related to the broader basket of emerging issues, not the least of which was the COVID-19 pandemic, but also a whole slew of governance reforms and changes, which council's been directly involved in, of course. Next slide, please. So the report's in your package. It has been written specifically for council, but we will be working with our colleagues in communications to think about how we can present this information to a broader audience, to Ontario dentists and to the public, because there's a lot here, and hopefully council has taken that as well. There's a lot here to be proud of. It's been a big 3 years. We've engaged in a lot of transformative work, and it's, we really feel like we've got a good story to tell as a college, as a council. So we're looking at ways to share that. Next slide, please. So turning to our current strategic plan. Again, those of you who are new to council, as a quick refresher, this was a plan approved by council in September 2022. It was launched January 1st, 2023. And it will close December 31st, 2025. The intention here is to build on the successes from our previous strategic plan. It is externally focused, so we will be looking at and working on strategic work that's focused on broader issues like access to care and so on, and I'll explain and talk through that in a moment. But notably, operational work and other sort of supporting functions, we're going to capture separately, and Dan touched on this morning. We've prepared a brand new dashboard specific to operational and supporting projects that Dan will have included as his registrar's, part of his registrar's report to you, so we can demonstrate accountability to you and progress on a number of really important ongoing work that isn't strategic in nature, but supports us in doing that strategic work. The strategic plan is really based on council's direction and a whole host of stakeholder feedback. It's aspirational. It's meant to achieve meaningful change and engage in a whole host of partnerships with organizations and individuals across the sector and beyond to other related sectors. Next slide, please. So again, for those who aren't as familiar with the new strategic plan, this is just a quick recap. So the intention here is that we are going to be engaging in 6 comprehensive projects over the next 3 years. And each project is going to advance more than one pillar of council strategic direction. The pillars are in the colored text in each of the boxes. So they are professionalism, stakeholder engagement, and emerging issues. The black text, I'm not going to read it out, but the black text underneath the colored font is the objective related to each pillar. And then lastly, the blue boxes at the bottom of your screen are the 6 projects. And we've slotted those in under the pillar that they most closely relate to, but certainly there's cross relationships between many, if not all, of these projects. So our 6 projects are standards work. You heard me talk about that related to the TMD standard. We're looking to really modernize how we do our standards work and bring in a number of best practices, really thinking about the user experience, how dentists consume this information, what they need. Obviously, you heard me talk earlier about access to care, a huge issue of incredible importance. We are going to have a project around service experience. We've done a lot of work on this so far under Michelle Tremblay's leadership. She will continue to do so. Another big project on EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion, also under the leadership of Michelle Tremblay. And last but not least, we've got 2 projects under emerging issues, governance. This is an ongoing project. You've seen over the past several years, a whole slew of materials from Dana Simon and Laura Thacker. They will continue to be supporting that work together with Dan. And then we're going to be engaging in a project on practice models that looks at a number of things, including corporatization of dentistry. And Michelle Krupp-Buragali will be leading that work with us along with some others. Next slide, please. So just as I mentioned under the previous plan, our intention is to chart our progress on these projects to you as council every step of the way. So at each of your meetings, you will have in your packages materials updating you on these strategic projects. And that will continue over the duration of the projects. They will include qualitative and quantitative measures. The quantitative measures, what we've done, and this is Eric Desaw's work as our data scientist, he's put together a draft council dashboard report. You have that at page 99 of your package. This is just a skeleton, a shell document at the moment. That's because our project planning process extended right up until last Friday. So our project managers have been working hard to finish off those project plans. So we didn't have all of those KPIs completed in time to populate this dashboard. Next slide, please. This is just a further description of where we are with the dashboard. So starting from the bottom of the screen and working up, you have today in your package a draft dashboard report. So you get a flavor of the type of information we're going to be bringing to you and how we'll be presenting that to you. At the June meeting, we are going to be populating that dashboard with key performance indicators and metrics for our strategic projects so that you have a sense of what are the types of things we think we can track and quantitatively. And then at the September meeting, we think the projects will be sufficiently underway that we can start populating at least some of those projects with data. So you will see this at each and every meeting, and at a future meeting, I will also have and invite Eric to join me in presenting to you so that he can speak to you directly about these tools and his work in supporting the project managers and developing metrics and tracking those. Next slide, please. So as I said, our project charters and planning documents were just finalized last Friday. Project work will begin. I know our project managers are excited to get started on that. And as I mentioned, you'll be hearing from us at each council meeting with updates. And of course, we're always happy to take your questions as you have them. So with that, I'll stop, and Hannah, I'll turn it back to you if people have any questions for me. I certainly don't do this work alone, as you might imagine. I am simply the person presenting it. So I'll do my best to answer your questions, and if I need to take anything away to consult with our specific project managers, I'll do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And at this point in time, I will open it up to council, rather, if they have questions for Andrea. Dan.
Thanks, Hannah. I don't want to jump the queue if council members have questions, but I want to take this opportunity to say a couple of things that will augment what Andrea has presented. I'm really excited about the 23 to 25 strategic plan. And I think it was with council's leadership in identifying those areas that we need to focus on. And with leadership from our, our team at the college, Andrea, Jeff Goldberg, Leslie Byrne, Michelle Tremblay, Cameron Thompson, Eric Dessau, many others, we're really excited about where this will take the college. There's, I think we're addressing many, if not all, of the main concerns that you've talked about over the last 2.5 years that I've been in the role. And I will say that we are so well positioned now based on the first strategic plan. We have a much better handle on data and how we want to use it. We have a much better approach in terms of project management planning. We spent a lot of time getting a thoughtful plan together before we just jumped into doing things. And that's why the 3 months of this year that we've spent really putting together those plans around 6 projects has been absolutely necessary. We are much more focused. The last plan, we had a lot of things on the go and a lot of things were done, and it's fabulous. But we have tried to really focus, and I think we're in a better position to help you and leadership make choices. So who knows what's around the corner later this year, next year. But if we have to shift gears, we'll be able to provide you with a better way to make those decisions. Because as I've said before to you and others, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And we have to be able to make those choices at times where, we can't anticipate the future, but we will certainly be able to provide you with a better analysis of if you want to go in a different direction, this is what it means. So really, I'm very excited, and a lot of people have been involved in planning and executing the last plan and this plan. And I just want to make sure that I thank them. And I also wanted to thank you and really looking forward to the results that we achieve with this plan. While it may seem abstract at times to some of you, there will be some real great outcomes that we will have to address a lot of the issues that have been raised. So thanks, Andrea, and to all the others.
Thanks, Dan. And at this point in time, there are no people on the speakers list, so we are going to be taking lunch, and lunch is going to be a little bit less than an hour. We're going to reconvene at 1:15 to continue on with the afternoon portion of our meeting's agenda. But thank you, Council, for your participation and engagement this morning. And just a reminder to turn off your video and mute yourself when you go for lunch. And for those watching today's meeting on YouTube, we will be stopping the live stream for lunch, but we will be resuming just shortly before 1:15. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1:15. Thank you. Hello, Dan.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, good. Doing a wonderful job as chair as always.
Thank you. Well, I'm proud of myself because we were really behind at one point in time and then we ended up ahead of the game. So I'm okay.
Signs of an outstanding chair, as I was saying.
Great job, Hanno. Great job.
Either that or signs of someone who's not keeping up a speakers list.
I'd go with a compliment. Stick with that.
Okay, thank you.
I think that facilitation session has helped.
Hanno, just before we start, can I just do a quick sound check? Make sure you can hear me okay?
Yep, we're hearing you perfectly. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
It's going to wait for maybe another 30 seconds. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Next up on the agenda is a regulatory update on the Quality Assurance Program. This update is part of an ongoing council education to provide council members with deeper understanding of the college program areas. Over the course of the next 2 years, council will be hearing from a number of program areas. This item is for information. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Andrea, to do the introductions, please.
Thank you, Hannah. Well, it's my pleasure this afternoon to welcome to the meeting Susan Taylor. Susan is our Director of Quality, and she joined RCDSO last May, so almost a year ago. Susan comes to us with a great educational background and strong professional and knowledge base in all things quality. Susan has a Bachelor of Nursing degree as well as an MBA with a focus on health services management. She has a host of formal quality improvement designations. She's spent her career focused on issues of quality and quality improvement. And I can't begin to cover all of that she's accomplished to date, but just a sampling, she's held roles at Health Quality Ontario when that was still operational. She was faculty in the Foundations in Quality Improvement Program, which is an initiative between Health Quality Ontario, U of T, and others. She was the Director of Public Health and Chief Nursing Officer at a public health unit, and the list goes on. She brings all of this to the RCDSO. We're the very lucky recipients of all of her expertise and her enthusiasm. I'm lucky enough to be able to work closely with Susan, and I can just say without reservation, we're thrilled to have her part of our team. She's going to be speaking today together with Dr. Nancy DeSanto, who's our Chair of Quality Assurance, and give you a window into all the things that are going on in that area. So welcome to you, Susan, and thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. And I will just validate that everybody can see my screen. Yes, okay. And I do that simply because I've had times where I've presented and been speaking merrily away and then realized that people couldn't see what I thought they could see. So we'll jump right in. And as Andrea and Hanno mentioned in the introduction, really what we want to do is to leave you with a solid understanding of the statutory components of the Quality Assurance Program under the Dentistry Act. We'll set the context with a high-level overview of the dimensions of quality and how these contribute to our ability to achieve our vision at the RCDSO. From there, we'll talk about the Quality Assurance Program and the Quality Assurance Committee and the importance of clinicians collaborating with the college staff and other experts to support dentists in delivering excellent care. We'll round out the presentation portion of our time with highlights on how we're striving to strengthen our approach and with a few fast facts on how we will be reaching dentists throughout Ontario. Finally, we'll be sure to leave some time at the end to answer any questions that you might have. The principles of quality are the underpinnings of protecting the public interest. Having competent and skilled dentists translates into ensuring that patients continue to receive the highest quality oral health care. Beginning with our vision statement, we infuse the principles of quality into everything we do at the RCDSO. As a regulatory body, when we speak about serving the public interest, we often think first about our function in registration and our role in providing complaints and investigation processes for the public. But there's also a proactive element to our mandate in setting education standards and in producing continuing education standards and in producing guidelines and standards of practice. One key element of this is our quality assurance program. The RCDSO Quality Assurance Program has its origins in legislation and is a statutory program within the Dentistry Act. Its focus is to ensure the ongoing competence of registrants through a number of defined processes. But to truly understand the full scope of how we support dentists to achieve the best possible care or provide the best possible care to each and every patient, we need to broaden our thinking. If we think about quality assurance as the minimum standard, the floor, if you will, then we can think about quality as the aspirational goal or the ceiling. What do we mean when we say that everyone in Ontario has access to safe, high-quality oral health care? There are a number of approaches to defining high quality. One approach is to think about quality in healthcare context through 6 elements or dimensions of quality. Let's take a few minutes to walk through these dimensions and give some examples of what they might mean in a dental practice. We'll start with care that is safe. This means that no matter what we do it in a way that does not negatively impact the patient. In practical terms, in a dental practice, this spans everything from office practices to clinical care. For example, if a dentist is hiring a new hygienist, they need to be sure that that hygienist has met their regulatory requirements and is in good standing with their college. Providing safe care means that the equipment the dentist uses must be in good working order and that the infection prevention and control procedures are following the guidelines. It also means that a dentist has an obligation to ensure that they have up-to-date knowledge and are practicing according to the most recent standards. Effectiveness and efficiency are complementary concepts. Effectiveness is doing the right thing, and efficiency is doing things right. This means that a dentist diagnoses the patient by following appropriate protocols in radiography, for example, and then presents them with treatment options that are proven to lead to the desired clinical outcomes and minimize risk. Once they've decided on a treatment plan with the patient and obtained the necessary consent, they follow evidence-informed practice guidelines in administering the treatment and follow up with comprehensive documentation. The dentist enhances their efficiency by ensuring that staff in their office are practicing to their full scope, but not beyond. They may embed electronic records into their practice and include triggers to remind them of certain protocols. Everything they do is designed to simplify, streamline, and complete all steps correctly the first time. The 4th dimension is equity. When we think about equitable care, it means that people have access to the right care at the right time by the right provider. This means that someone from a rural remote community should have access to the same range of treatment options as someone in a large urban center. This sameness may sound at first like equality, but equity extends beyond, equity extends beyond equality. In order to provide the same services or equality, the dentist needs to adjust care to meet the specific requirements or abilities of a particular patient. They may need to consider how they will support a patient for whom English is not their first language. They may need to think about things like, can the patient bring somebody to translate, or is there a translation service available? Is there someone in the office who speaks that language? The fact that a dentist recognizes the patient's need for assistance, their obligation to be sure the patient understands, and takes steps to help are all indicators of their focus on equity. How a dentist will accommodate someone who uses a wheelchair or other mobility device is also an indicator of equity in providing equitable access to care. They may need to think about things like treatment areas being sufficiently accessible or other barriers that may need to be overcome. And how will that dentist incorporate fee schedules from provincial or national funding programs into their business model so that they will be able to provide the care to patients presenting with a wide range of financial circumstances. There may need to be some practical elements like helping patients to apply for funding that can be incorporated into their practice, or awareness building actions like posting even posters so that patients don't feel excluded or feel that their care is unimportant. Timeliness is the fifth dimension of quality. It refers to a dentist's ability to provide care that reflects the patient's need. This might include offering early morning or evening hours so that the patient can arrange their appointment around their work or other commitments. It might include scheduling based on urgency so that the patient who wakes up with pain and swelling that suggest an infection can be seen quickly, while a patient who is scheduling routine care may need to wait a little bit longer for their appointment. And the final dimension is patient-centeredness. When we think about the other 5 dimensions of quality, the overarching principle is patient-centeredness. The care a dentist provides reflects the individuality of each patient. It recognizes the obligation of the dentist to diagnose and provide the range of treatment options, the right of the patient to choose the treatment that makes sense for them, the responsibility of the dentist to provide the best possible care to achieve the desired outcome, and the overarching approach of going through all of these steps in ways that are supportive to the specific needs of the individual patient. By working toward high-quality oral health care, we are impacting the profession's ability to optimize care for all people in Ontario. Individually, each dentist is able to establish a trusting relationship with their patients, and collectively, this leads to an overall excellence in care and service experience that results in trust in the profession as a whole. So we've just spoken a little bit about quality, but now when we think about quality assurance and we think about the requirements of dentists, so what is the bare minimum that we expect? And I don't mean that to be anything derogatory, but it is saying what is the minimal expectation of all dentists across the province? This is a statutory program and it's designed to protect the public. So it does represent that minimum standard, and it means that it's applicable to all dentists who hold a general or a specialty license. The quality assurance program is composed of 3 core elements that touch all registrants of the college. On an annual basis, dentists must renew their registration. With this renewal, there is a space where they complete an annual declaration of compliance with the QA program. This declaration refers to the continuing education aspect of the QA program, as well as the practice enhancement tool, or PET assessment. We believe that many people who answered no actually did so either in error or through misunderstanding. Building a little bit on Dan's presentation this morning when we talked about the dashboard, we added details to the renewal process this year. And as a result of providing those additional instructions, we were able to decrease the number of people who answered no to their compliance with the QA program from 1,333 down to 667. So we cut it about in half. We have plans in place to contact those 667 registrants who reported no to highlight the criteria so that they can be sure that when they answer next year that they are answering correctly. With the new e-portfolio, we'll be able to confirm their compliance with the CE program, and we'll be able to begin some targeted audits that will report to the QA committee, and as a result of that, will make their way back to council through our reports. All dentists must maintain their competency by participating in quality assurance and in continuing education. The continuing education program states that they must earn a total of 90 points in every 3-year cycle. These points can be earned through a variety of activities or continuing professional development activities, from attending courses to teaching to authoring articles and regularly reading professional journals. The college provides a virtual e-portfolio to record activities, and the committee monitors progress and conducts audits to validate compliance. The practice enhancement tool is an online assessment completed by dentists once they've been in practice for 5 years and every 5 years thereafter. With each assessment, the dentist answers 200 questions that cover 6 of 15 clinical competencies, and the PET helps the dentist to identify areas of strength and opportunities to strengthen their care through continuing education. In addition to these 3 core elements of the QA program, the committee has established a risk assessment tool that it uses to assess any shortfalls or deficiencies in terms of risk to patients. The tool defines the escalations, such as peer and practice assessments that are described in the regulation, and establishes the implementation details. I am going to turn the next couple of slides to Dr. Nancy DeSanto as the chair of the Quality Assurance Committee. Nancy.
Thank you, Susan. Under the terms of the Quality Assurance Regulations of the Dentistry Act, the Quality Assurance Committee administers the Quality Assurance Program. This means that the committee has oversight for the three core elements that Susan described: the annual declaration, continuing education, and the practice enhancement tool, or PET, as well as the implementation of the escalations, including peer and practice assessments. In addition to its mandatory functions, the QA committee supports the broader quality focus through its role with standards, the CT scanner committee, the sedation and anesthesia committee, and strategic projects. Standards are developed and published by the college to set practice parameters for dentists in Ontario. Development is led by the policy team with significant and ongoing input from a variety of partners and stakeholders, including but not limited to key staff from across the college, college committees, clinical practitioners, and academic experts, legal counsel, and external parties via open and transparent consultation. The Quality Assurance Committee holds a key advisory and decision-making role related to standards. From an advisory standpoint, this includes active support to the policy team around research, advising on clinical and practice issues, and supporting working group composition, among other roles. From a decision-making standpoint, the committee serves as the penultimate decision-making authority concerning standards and other resources being submitted to council for approval at two key decision points. First, prior to submitting them to council for external consultation, and second, prior to submitting them to council for final approval. Under the RCDSO bylaws, the QA committee also serves as the dental CT scanner committee and sedation and general anesthesia committee. Within this context, the QA committee advises the facilities inspection program as it defines and implements the initial training and ongoing continuing education requirements for safe delivery of care in these high-risk areas. And finally, the Quality Assurance Committee provides advice to college staff in the use of education to support advancement of strategic priorities. Next slide, please. The Quality Assurance Committee is composed of 2 members of council who are registered with the college, a public member of council, and 2 non-council committee members. The committee collaborates with college staff, college-appointed working groups like the PET writing groups, and stakeholders. This integration of clinical expertise in dentistry with a wide range of topics informs our efforts as we create the conditions for dentists to be successful in achieving the minimum standards defined in the regulations, and as they strive for their aspiration goals defined by the dimensions of quality. The collective wisdom is based on contributions from experts in generalist and specialty areas of clinical dentistry, implementation science and knowledge translation, development of effective measurement and evaluation plans, design and implementation of change leadership strategies, and principles of adult education and instructional design. Next slide, please. And I'll turn things back to you, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So we've described the statutory role of the Quality Assurance Committee and the expanded contributions that help the RCDSO work toward achieving its vision. We do this by embracing an approach of relentless quality improvement. By keeping a central reference point of protecting the public and serving the public interest, we can actively pursue ways to support dentists to achieve positive outcomes through continuing education. For example, for those more complex strategic changes, such as equity, diversity, and inclusion, we can do simple things like model the way and actively encourage speakers to include diversity in the images they select and the examples they share so that all dentists can see themselves in their patient and their patients in that context. We can think about lifelong learning and continuing education as enablers as we shift the conversation from one of or to one of and. At the RCDSO, we have a mandate to protect the public interest, and we do that by creating the conditions for dentists to deliver the best possible care to each and every patient each and every time. We use this philosophy to explore ways to work with partners and to deliver new courses to recognize new continuing professional development activities. We can modernize our digital platforms like the ePortfolio so that they are user-friendly and allow us to analyze the impact of our efforts so that we can continue to adjust and augment to make things even better. We thought it would be interesting to round out our presentation this afternoon with a few fast facts to give you a sense of our reach. For all intents and purposes, the Quality Department connects with all dentists who are practicing in Ontario. In 2023, a total of 10,027 dentists confirmed their compliance with the QA program through their annual declaration. This was an increase over the previous year that followed our active intervention to increase awareness. At the end of March, 7,253 dentists, or 82% of eligible dentists, had completed the PET within their 5-year cycle. And of these dentists, the number who are unsuccessful could be counted on one hand. And speaking of the PET, we are on track to complete this cycle in the fall of 2023 and are well underway in the development of new questions for the launch of the 3rd cycle in 2024. We've engaged specialists in prosthodontics and pediatric dentistry to develop new questions at the specialty and generalist level. We're launching the working group for endodontics this evening and for periodontics next week. So it's an ongoing cycle of engagement with our colleagues from the dental profession and from that question writing perspective. And at last, but certainly not least, we've been preparing to launch a modernized ePortfolio platform in June of 2023. Dentists will be able to accurately track their continuing education points through automation on the redesigned platform. Staff will be able to analyze participation in courses through by competency so that we can actively seek new courses where there aren't a lot of options for dentists. And the committee will have a much clearer picture of the overarching compliance with the program and will be able to focus audits in specific areas. Thank you for the opportunity to share this overview with Council. We hope that the presentation has achieved its desired objectives and leaves you with the intended understanding of the statutory components of the Quality Assurance Program, the scope of the Quality Assurance Committee, and how the RCDSO is working towards its aspirational vision through a focus on quality. Thank you for your attention, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Susan. Once I have the faces back on screen, I will ask if there are any members of council who have questions that they would like to ask. Robin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Your tech department solved my volume issues last time, so thank them very much. That's been a treat, way better at the meetings. Just in regards to two things with the quality assurance and the PE and the portfolio, I'm really excited for the portfolio upgrade. So congratulations for doing that, because I would say it's just, I probably look like I'm behind just for this year, but going on and doing that old way that it was such a chore that I can hardly wait for it to come out. I'm collecting all my stuff and I'm going to be like on there as soon as I hear it's out. So thank you for upgrading the technology behind that. I think we're all really going to appreciate that. The PET, and I don't know if this is the right platform to just discuss it. And again, I'm new to this, so I guess I'm just seeking an opportunity to voice an opinion. When that comes out, I just personally find, so I'm totally pro it, I'm fine with it. What I find stressful is that it comes out and you have a timeline to complete it that's fairly tight. And I just want to run one practice and one household. But I do obviously like to get involved in things like this and parent council and our local politics and everything else. So I find It's very stressful. Like even now I'm due before the end of the fall and I'm in a house reno. I can't even imagine. There's a couple points this coming spring where I could not handle it. And I know I've spoken to Dr. Anderson a couple times. He's totally friendly on the phone. I actually called him before Christmas leading into this 6-month reno of mine going, I'm going to get this. Can I have it like at Christmas before I hit the reno or when I hit the reno? And he's very understanding. And he says, when you get it, if it's a bad time, like reno or, God forbid, health issues or something, you call us, we're accommodating. But I didn't know in the future if it's something for just generalized stress levels for dentists, if when you got the PET, you could have a 6-month window, but when you start it, you only have whatever time. But you have, or even 4 months. I mean, I think most of us could pick a time in there. I just find it tight. And I realize we can call Dr. Anderson and ask for an allowance, but I feel bad doing that too. So it's just a thought for future, if it's ever a discussion that comes up, whether there's any leniency in the timeline, or if you prefer to just keep us calling Dr. Anderson if life happens.
Thank you, Robin. And I see Susan nodding her head, so I'm sure that information will go back to the appropriate channels. But thank you for that. Are there any, Susan, did you want to make a response?
If I could, we are, as we prepare for the 3rd cycle, we are changing the schedule so that it will become much more predictable for dentists in when they'll be required to complete the PET, and also it will allow them to adjust their completion dates without needing to phone Dr. Anderson. What you've just described for us, Robin, is a common experience, and we don't need to make this more stressful than it is. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Anthony Mayer.
Thanks, Hanno. Every time I raise my hand, I'm hoping it's the last time I'm going to do it today, so I apologize in advance. I'm just wondering if this is the correct forum to get a response to my previous comment about protocols or standards for sleep disordered breathing treatment by dentists.
I'm going to, sorry. Did you want to respond to that, Susan?
Oh, go ahead, Hanno.
No, I was just going to say, I was going to throw that over to Dan so that he could redirect if necessary, or if we're going to put that in the parking lot. Dan?
Well, I'll give a brief response, but I think the actual mechanics of developing something might be in a parking lot. Anthony, we've heard this from a couple of dentists. I can't say that it's been an onslaught, but we have heard a couple of dentists express to us that this is a concern. We have been looking at the positions that the college has already taken, and I would suggest that there are a couple or a few different documents where these positions are, and we're trying to bring those together and create a little bit more clarity around those positions, make it easier to find. And where there are gaps, then I think we throw it into the pool of multiple requests that we have for clinical issues or other issues related to practice where we have to revise or develop standards. And I know Andrea and her team in the policy area have been looking at a way for us to help prioritize those standards. And so you will hear more about that in the near future. But I think the job one is, if we've already made statements about sleep disorders or what's expected of dentists, then we're going to try and make sure that there's clarity around that. And then some of the other gaps will be addressed as we move forward.
Anthony,
I saw your hand.
Yeah, did you have a Anthony?
Just my experience from being out there in the trenches, that this particular issue is moving very, very fast, especially with sort of non-standard continuing education courses. So I really think the college needs to get on it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 people on my speakers list, so I'm going to start with you, Erin.
Hello, thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Susan, for the presentation. I was wondering if there are any current communication channels where the QA committee receives aggregate data from the ICRC based on complaints that we're seeing and trends in complaints, and if that's something that you are using or could use as targets for QA initiatives. And if not, has there been any talk or any plans to set that up going forward?
Hanno, if I may
Susan,
respond?
please, yes,
Yeah,
please,
okay.
go ahead.
And so I think you've certainly read our minds. We are beginning to look at what are some of the themes that we can identify from ICRC, from our practice advisory services, and even from our PLP programs, because what we can do is we can then look at those themes and then think upstream. What might we be able to do to intervene and to provide some education in advance so that these don't become issues? Our goal is so that it is in 2023 to start to elicit courses from some of our trusted course providers, like the universities, like the ODA and others who are providing some regular continuing education courses in areas that target those topics.
Thank you. And I've got Deborah and then Mark, and then that's my speakers list. So Deborah, you're next.
Thank you, Hanno. Just wanted to follow up on a concern that I have heard about is sometimes the PET questions are relevant to a particular specialty. In fact, sometimes the specialty questions have nothing to, the questions have nothing to do with the person expected to answer those questions because they have a specific specialty in dentistry. They were the people that I've been talking to want more relevancy and with the PET questions to be relevant to their specialty. Is that a consideration in any way?
Susan?
Absolutely. And so as we've been embarking on developing the PET, this is now, we're going into our third cycle. With the second cycle, the specialty questions were a bit of a hybrid, where some were at the specialty level and others were general questions related to that particular topic. The reason for that was purely practical. And as we prepare for the launch of cycle 3, what we're looking to do is to complete those specialty questions so that a specialist will receive an entire batch of questions related to that. That being said, all dentists are expected to have some fundamental knowledge in all areas of dentistry, including topics like jurisprudence and ethics, pharmacology, some of the other more generic areas. And so they will still need to answer questions in that area, but we will certainly be moving towards all specialty questions being at that specialty level.
Thank you.
Thanks for that answer, Susan. And Mark Eckler, you're my last person on the list.
More of a comment than a question, just echoing actually what Dr. Wilson and Dr. Mayer said on both accounts. Heard from specialists going, can we have more concentrated, relevant questions? And I've been approached since the last meeting by several dentists asking for guidance on sleep apnea and treatment.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Susan, for that presentation. Thank you, council members, for your comments and your questions. We are going to, even though it hasn't been that long since we've broken for lunch, we're going to take a 10-minute break because really the chunk of the remainder of the meeting is going to be the presentation with Deanna Williams, which would not be a good place to sort of insert something partway through. So it is now 1:47. I'm going to suggest that we reconvene after 10 minutes at 1:57. At which point in time, I'll turn things over to Dan to introduce Deanna, and we'll go into the presentation that she's making. So please remember to turn off your videos, mute yourselves, and we'll see you here at 1:57. Okay, I think the majority of the people are back. So welcome back. We have a guest presenter here for council who will be providing a presentation and discussion on governance modernization and the public interest. As was our previous item, this presentation is part of an ongoing council education designed to enhance council decision-making. This relates to the 2023 to 2025 strategic plan project on governance review and modernization. This item is for council's discussion. The materials are in your package at pages 133 to 159, and I'm going to turn it over to Dan now to provide council with a brief introduction to Deanna Williams. So take it away, Dan.
Thank you, Hannah. Welcome, Deanna. Just a really brief introduction, because I know many of you met Deanna at the orientation in January. And Deanna, as you will recall, is a pharmacist by training, has been a registrar of a college in Ontario, has been appointed by the Minister of Health as a supervisor for a college in Ontario about a decade ago, and is really a renowned expert in regulation, governance, and really a great facilitator as well. There have been many reports with Deanna's name on them that relate to governance, and we thought that because there was such engagement with council in January, that we would bring Deanna back and talk a little bit more about some of the themes and areas in which governance is being challenged and changed. And we also have asked Deanna to talk a little bit about the public interest, or a little bit more about the public interest, and to really try to make it practical for council. So while today is it's an educational session, because governance is such a hot topic and a part of our strategic plan and part of the landscape in which we are working every single day, this is going to be much more than just education. It's really going to help us to understand where you are, council, and some of your thinking around where we go to modernize our own governance approaches. So two things: Deanna's going to take you through a couple of exercises, and I'll leave that with her to lead you through. At the end of the session, we're going to do a little bit of polling. So we've designed some questions that will help us to understand where you are. There are no right or wrong answers. We want to use the responses to design more education with you as we go through the year, and also to see where we might have some agreement across the board on some of the different areas that we might have changed or might still change. So Deanna, I'm going to turn it over to you, and looking forward to a great discussion.
Oh, thanks very much, Dan. And hello, everyone. I see some familiar faces that I met in January. So hope you've had a good winter, and here's hoping spring is really around the corner, because gosh knows, I'm certainly ready for it, and I'm sure we all are. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. Oops, can I do that? Or Leslie, are you going to do that then?
Angelo's doing it. He just had it up, but it's
okay.
Yeah, and I made you a co-host as well. So if you want to go ahead and share your screen, by all means.
Okay. Perfect. All right. There we go. All right. All right, great. Thank you very much. So I'm going to just a little bit of an overview of what I wanted to do with you today is, as Dan and Hannah mentioned, going to talk a little bit about some of the trends that we're seeing in modernization. And I'll focus more on the Canadian experience, because that's what's most relevant to us. And then how public interest considerations factor in, because that really is very important to us in the regulatory world. And then I want to sort of end by sort of raising the whole idea about the illusion of choice, because we have a fair bit of autonomy in our self-regulatory model that we enjoy in Canada and certainly in Ontario, but sometimes we don't always have the choice. And as we've seen, changes can be imposed on us. So what does that mean for us? And where do we want to be if we're anticipating that changes might be coming forward? So some of the things that I wanted to raise with you that I think, in my experience, in my travels, that I think governments look at, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, they have come out, in 2018 was their sort of inaugural white paper on regulatory policy outlook. But since then, they've been publishing an outlook pretty much every year or 2 years. And what that does is it kind of provides a unique perspective, if you will, into how countries are approaching things like regulation and design enforcement of regulations, what other countries are doing, where they think best practices are. So it's a really important tool, and I think a lot of governments look at that. External reports and recommendations, there have been a number of them that have been done. And I think that they do yield some common themes, and I'm going to raise some of those common themes that I think have emerged across different reviews that have happened, and why I think the government does look at those. And then, you know, what other jurisdictions are doing. In Canada, the jurisdiction that's really moving forward the most with changes is in British Columbia, and I know that we're looking at that here. And then, you know, why change? And in my experience, I think a lot of it, we often will see sweeping changes being made to address issues or problems that end up on in front of government that don't often apply to all of us as regulators, but maybe to one or two regulators where there's some problems identified. And as regulators, we all kind of get tarred with the same brush, and we often will see sweeping legislation that kind of impacts everybody. And examples of that is the fair registration practices. You know, why do we have fairness commissioners? And it's really because there was a sense back, you know, 10 or 15 years ago that there were too many regulated professionals from other countries that were driving taxi cabs in downtown Toronto because the regulators were not letting them in to practice their profession. And I know that in pharmacy, we struggled with that because we had 54% of our registrants every year came from outside of Canada and the US. And we figured that was a pretty good sort of record, but there was that sense. And so we got the sweeping legislation. We have the same thing with the kind of fast tracking of licensures for, you know, international graduates, as well as people going from one province to the other. And then we've seen a lot of measures for increased accountability and oversight. So those are some of the trends I think that have come out of emerging issues or problems that end up in either the media or in front of government, and we get sweeping changes to try and address those. So some of the external reviews, and Dan mentioned them, and I have indeed participated in some of these, but I want to just focus on the top two, because these are the ones that I think have really given rise to most of the changes that we're seeing and that we may see going forward. So we look at the governance solutions review that was done at the Ontario College of Teachers that has resulted in a whole overhaul of the governance model there. So the college council that had, I think, around 37 people on it has gone down to 14. Everyone is appointed, there's no more elections, and they have made a number of other changes pursuant to that report. And then in British Columbia, the review that was done at the College of Dental Surgeons of BC, I think you're all pretty familiar with that, but that not only resulted to governance changes within that particular college, but also to regulatory changes as to how professions are being regulated. So that gave rise to the, as you know, the College of Oral Health Practitioners now that has brought all of the oral health professions into one college, but there's some other changes, and I'll go through those with you a little bit later. But some of the trends that have come out of these, you know, the smaller boards, competency and skilled boards, as opposed to just elections alone. And so we're going to explore some of those going forward. So if you look at the reviews, I mentioned that there are some common findings that emerge from these reviews and that I think the governments are influenced by. These are some of the findings that I think, if you look at all the different reviews, have sort of emerged as common. You know, our role, and we talked about this in January, as regulators, we are obliged to put public interest above all other interests, including self-interest, professional self-interest. And that's kind of a hard thing to do. It's something we all struggle with, but we do have to put public interest first. And I think what emerges from some of these reviews is that there is a struggle, an ongoing struggle among regulators across jurisdictions and about the purpose. Why are regulators here? And the other is the roles and responsibilities have to be very clear. So the difference between governance and operations, and they have to be clear, they have to be respected. Larger boards are not necessarily more effective. And I can speak from my own personal experience because we had 35 council members on our college council in pharmacy when we were fully constituted. So we had 17 pharmacy professionals, we had 16 public members, and we had the 2 deans from the schools of pharmacy. And it was very difficult to get through our council packages. As you can imagine, if everybody, excuse me, spoke to everything once, you'd end up being there for a long time. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry about that. The other is that good governance is as much about behaviors as it is about processes. And this is really true. And we find this in some of the reviews. And it's not just about the processes we follow, but it's about the actions and decisions and really behaviors we demonstrate both individually and collectively when we're at the council table. More committees are not better than less. And, there was one review that I did in collaboration with Harry Caton, and that regulatory body had 110 committees. And I can tell you from experience that nobody thought that they were particularly effective. Resource heavy, yes. Effective, probably not. So you don't necessarily need more committees to do the work that we need to do. And then the last point about transparent accountability for our performance. And the more transparent we are, I think the literature will show that there's a really clear link between transparency and trust. So it's not just about doing our own evaluations, but it's actually about being open and transparent about what we find and then what action steps we might take to improve. So other common findings, this is one that I think comes out very strongly in almost all of the reviews that you might read, and that is that geographical representation on councils really does not evidently contribute to more effective regulatory governance. So you need to know how to get the perspectives that comes out of different geographical areas if you need it, but it's not necessarily needed at council. And I think that's a pretty common and strong finding. But what the other side of that is that skilled and competent chairs and council members do make a difference. And so we're going to look into that because you've done a lot of work at your college about articulating competencies and skills and why that I think that's so important. Oops, sorry. Okay. Okay. So some of the calls for modernization, I've talked about this. I think adverse effects are also, if some regulated professional does something very wrong and how that regulatory body deals with that professional are often put right on the front page in the public domain. And we've seen that happen with some of our colleagues here in Ontario. But I also think that the media attention, when another college gets into trouble, and I think of the College of Dentistry, for example, which was the only health regulatory college to have lost its privilege to regulate itself back in 2012, then, at some level, no matter how good we're doing, we all kind of get called into the same, we get caught into the same thing. People think if one regulator isn't trustworthy, well, maybe all regulators, we should be concerned about it. So I think we need to understand that what happens with other regulators somehow at some level does impact the way we're all perceived. There has been a perceived loss, I think, of public trust and confidence in regulators. And so you'll often hear that, how can we trust that professions know what they're doing when they're regulating themselves? And I think that that perceived loss in trust is also something that's been at the basis of some calls for modernization. And then the last point is the concerns about capacity and being able to meet your legislative and regulatory mandates. And, you know, when we, in Ontario, you only have to look at the 26 colleges and say, you know, we have some colleges that have, you know, almost 200,000 members. We have others that don't even have 500. So how can a college that has, you know, 500 registrants really do the same things that we're doing when we have so many more? And we found that with the denturists, who only had around 600 members. And I used to say to them, you know, you don't get a break when you're small. You have to do all the same things that we had to do with 16,000. So I think we have to be really, you know, thoughtful about that. And when we're thinking about some of the changes and what they are and why they're happening, these are some of the things that I think are impacting it. So I probably put this slide up in January too, but I really believe it's so important that we really do have to keep our eye on the screen and what's happening in other jurisdictions and what could happen here. And if change is coming, we really do want to be at the front end of it. So the only way that we may not be able to prevent change from happening, but we may be able to help manage how it happens if we're at the front end and we're aware and we stay on top of it. So we're going to look and explore this in a little more detail in a few minutes, but this is one of my favorite slides. So there is a difference. If you think about modernization, there's a real difference between, I think, governance modernization and regulatory modernization. They're often used interchangeably, but there's a little bit of a difference between what they mean. So the governance modernization is really what happens within an individual regulator. So how we govern ourselves, how we're structured, the processes that we follow, those kind of things. And some of the modern things that we see are terminology changes. For example, boards instead of councils, chairs and vice chairs instead of presidents and vice presidents, registrants instead of members. So they're small things, but they're changes to governance that what we do inside our own regulatory bodies. Smaller council sizes, you know, that many of the reports that have been done suggest that 12 to 14 is probably a good workable number. And as I said, you know, 35 was way too big. So how do you end up there? And how do you do the work, all the work that we have to do with smaller council sizes? What are the alternatives if you're not sitting on council? How can you participate on the committees and how does that work? So we're going to explore some of that too. Assuring skills and competence. We already talked a little bit about that. Whoops, sorry. Statutory processes independent of the councils or the regulators. And this is to avoid a perceived or real conflict of role. So if someone is sitting, for example, on the ICRC committee, but also sitting on finance, or even councils, and you're thinking this might be a contested hearing, it might be very long, the impact of on our finances isn't going to be very good. Is there another way? Should we look at an alternative to referral to discipline? Should we look at ADR? Should we look at something else? And I'm not saying it happens, but the perception that it could happen is probably the reason that people are saying we should really, in the best picture of things, be separated. If you sit on council, you probably shouldn't sit on the statutory committees, just to eliminate that potential for a perceived conflict of interest or conflict of role. And then cooling off periods. And you are probably the leader, I think, in the Ontario colleges at doing this. You have a very good and robust cooling off period, but there are still some college councils that don't have it. And so you could come sit on the association board for a number of years and then come straight over to a regulatory council. And yet best practice is that you allow for a cooling off period to sort of come down from that advocacy mindset and then move over into the public interest first mindset. So those are some things that we're seeing. So as I mentioned, you are really ahead of the curve. You've taken a lot of initiative and you have a set of, you've articulated what are the desired competencies or skills that we want to see on our boards. You've made changes to your eligibility requirements and processes for elections to council. And as I mentioned, you do have a very robust cooling off period. Oops. There we go. So regulatory modernization is more to do with how the professions are regulated. And in equal partnerships is what we're seeing. So when you look at the College of Teachers, it's now 50-50, 50% lay members, 50% professional. We're seeing that in British Columbia. We're pretty close in Ontario with our potential, 49-51% split. But I think the best practices for regulatory modernization is equal partnership of professional and public members on council. Good regulatory performance demonstrated through accountable processes, and we certainly have the CPMF in Ontario, but in British Columbia, they've moved over to the bottom quadrant. They will have an oversight body that actually oversees the work of the regulators, so a little bit of a different approach. And then, of course, a move to multi-professional regulators for greater ease of access, for efficiencies of scale. And this is something that will be new in Canada when the British Columbia law takes effect. So they will be creating 2 new multi-professional regulators. But it is not new when you look at other jurisdictions. So there is the Health and Care Professions Council in the UK, which currently regulates 15 or 16 health and care professions under one regulator. And then there's Corru in Ireland, which does the same. So looking at British Columbia, the biggest thing that you probably has been on your radar screen, I know it's on everybody's, has been the amalgamation of a number of different regulated professions into one regulator. So all of the nursing professionals and the midwives are now under the one regulator for nursing and midwives. The podiatrists are now gone in under the College of Physicians and Surgeons in BC. You've seen what's happened with the dental oral health professions into the new Oral Health Professions College. And then there are, as I mentioned, 2 proposed multi-professional health regulators that have not yet been, I don't think, fully articulated or announced. And then talking about the separation between the statutory functions and council, they are creating a health professions disciplinary tribunal that won't only be separated from the councils of the regulators, but actually will be totally independent of the regulators themselves. So that's a huge change that's coming in British Columbia. Some of the other changes in BC are that the regulatory boards are going to have only 12 members. And I think that I mentioned about the external body or oversight body that's going to be overseeing the work of the regulators. Now, this would be kind of aligned to what happens in some of the other jurisdictions, and I'm just going to talk about that in a few minutes. Here, where the regulatory council members are all appointed with no election. So that happens in the US, happens in the UK, happens in Australia. And I put Ireland with some exceptions because there are still some of the colleges, dentistry is certainly one of them, and pharmacy is as well, of the regulators who still do allow the professions to elect professionals onto the regulatory councils. But with the caveat that their appointments have to be made by the ministers. So a profession might elect a pharmacist or a dentist onto the regulatory board, but if that individual has got elected based on a platform that the government thinks is incompatible with the mandate of the regulator, the government has the power to say to the regulatory body, you've got to go back and have another election. We're not appointing this person. And that has happened in a number of instances. We talked about parity of 50-50, and we've seen that now in Ontario at the College of Teachers. And then the multi-professional regulators, I mentioned these, and again, we're seeing them in nursing, oral health professions, and some of the other health professions in BC. So where does public interest sort of come into all of this? Because that's one of the things I was sort of, when we were talking about putting the session together, you know, what are the changes, why change? And more importantly, how does it fit with our that public interest mandate and our obligation to put public interest first? So when you think about some of the considerations that about how would such a change benefit or be in the public interest, I think the merging of the regulators has been done with public interest clearly at the heart of it. And that is, we need to ensure that all the regulatory bodies that are out there have the necessary capacity and resources to do all the things we need to do to be effective and credible regulators. And so I'm thinking again of some of the smaller regulators who struggle with that. If they don't have a large critical mass, can they do as effective a job as others who do? And we've seen that has been a struggle. So I think part of it is capacity. I think the other part is about having a regulatory hub, if you will, that does provide some common and consistent processes for the public. So for example, with the oral health colleges, and I'll use that as an example because I just recently went and got my teeth cleaned, and I was seen by a dentist, and I was also seen by I also saw my dental hygienist, and I had a dental assistant working with me. And I was thinking about this, you know, if there was an issue that had come out of that visit, you know, and there was one college that you could call, so you weren't really sure, you know, who should I call, because it's something in the system caused my concern. I think there is a sense that a regulatory hub or a one-stop regulator could, in fact, in some instances, be in the public interest, where people could go to one place and say, this is what happened. So and even in pharmacy, this is what happened in my pharmacy. So if it's a problem with the pharmacy, the Ontario College of Pharmacists can deal with it. Problem with the pharmacy technician, the Ontario College of Pharmacists deals with it. If it's a problem with the pharmacist, we deal with it. So all of that, they don't have to go to 3 different places to try and find out, you know, where was the problem and where's the redress for it. And then I think, you know, the competencies and skills, there's so much evidence that if you're a competent and skilled board, then you're much more effective. And from a public interest standpoint is that you would be more effective in meeting the college's goals and public interest mandate. It's just an extrapolation. So I think there are public interest considerations that are taken in this, and we're going to try and get your input on that, I think, in the next couple of scenarios. So the first group discussion that we wanted to sort of put out for your consideration. In BC, oral health colleges have merged to create a single oral health professions regulator governed by one board composed of 6 professional and 6 public appointed members. So the questions for you, and we're going to have this in a large group discussion today, what would council see as the public interest rationale for exploring or pursuing collaborative partnerships with other oral health colleges? And what might these partnerships look like? And then the second question, and we can do one at a time, are what would your considerations be when exploring options for more formalized collaborations with other oral health colleges? And that could range anywhere from shared services to a full merger or an amalgamation. So Hanno, can I turn it over to you to lead this?
I'd be happy to do that, Deanna.
Great.
So what you would like us to do right now is consider the question and the scenarios and the questions, and then invite some comments about that. Correct, Deanna?
Right, and large group discussion. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we will be doing that. I'm going to ask 2 people to do that before we sort of open it up to everyone else. So what I would like to do, first of all, is call on Jamie, and I would like you to make a comment as you see fit based on the scenario that Deanna has put in front of us.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Deanna, for coming back to us. This is a very significant issue, the whole issue of modernization. And I think I'd like to focus on the question of amalgamation, which is probably the most significant aspect of the modernization as I see it. It's pretty simple to reduce the board and put people in place who are experts, both from the public and also from the profession. But when you look at amalgamation, mergers, whatever it might be, this is not an easy process, so that when you're looking at regulations that would be relevant to each one of those colleges, how do you synthesize that and make it unified and have nothing fall through the cracks in terms of regulation, governance? You have 4 sets of, in Ontario, 4 sets. I'm speaking oral colleges. You have 4 sets of regulations and governance issues. And it just doesn't happen overnight. I've been part of a merger, and I remember the first year it was sort of getting together and understanding who the other people were around the table, who was going to take responsibility for what. You know, that was a major issue. It didn't happen over months. It happened over years. And so in that interim period, what could possibly be issues, whether it be from a service, whether it be from who runs the organization, whose overarching governance would take precedence over the rest. In terms of the oral colleges in Ontario, I think the RCDSO, as you've pointed out, is ahead of the game, and therefore probably our CEO is going to be in a good position to effectively run an amalgamated oral college. So those are kind of my thoughts, my issues when I looked at this. And thank you very much for including the synopsis of the Caton work in BC. That was very helpful. I don't know if I posed many questions there, but I posed some comments. Thank you.
No, thanks, Jamie. That's appreciated. And Nalan, I was wondering if I could ask you to be next or speak next to this issue, please.
Sure. Just sort of to build on Jamie, what he was saying. I also think if something like this happens, it's probably the most significant thing to happen with the college in the last 10 or 15 years. And so I think Jamie's quite rightly set forth the sort of the macro view, but just to take that down a little bit and dig into some of the details. I know that's not our job, but just as a thought-provoking thing, for instance, you know, it makes sense. There's 4 different colleges, but there's only 1 patient. So 1 patient, 1 college, that makes sense. But it doesn't mean 1 college with 4 internal departments. It means 1 college, which means 1 set of rules. So, you know, going forward, there's going to be some duplication of services because right now we have 4 colleges. So somebody's going to have to identify and address the duplication. So that's something we're going to have to deal with if we go down that route. And then also 1 college means, for instance, our QA committee, there has to be 1 set of rules, right? If I know the content that we would test for would be different because you have 4 different professions, but there should be 1 way of establishing competency, because if 1 group feels that they're being treated differently than another, that could lead to problems as well. So, you know, on a micro level, things like QA, things like staff, things like servicing, somebody's going to have to look at all this. And I agree with Jamie, it's not a 1-year episode. This is a long-term change.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. So Deanna, what we had planned on doing at this point in time is, you know, we asked these 2 people to sort of start the conversation going. We were thinking we would sort of allot another 10 minutes, open it up to the rest of council. The scenario is still on the screen, and sort of ask members of council to raise their Zoom hands, and I will scroll down as well to make sure I catch as many people as possible. And again, we are interested in listening or hearing comments from members of council around the public interest rationale to that scenario, as well as council considerations in that scenario. So does that work for you, Deanna?
Yep, perfect. Thanks, Hannah.
Okay, thanks. So Mark Trudell, I see your hand up, so I'm going to go to you first, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deanna, for guiding us through this. My response to the first question, public interest rationale, well, the model is patient-centric as opposed to practitioner-centric. That is to say, it's patient-centric, it's intended to be holistic, it's intended to be less confusing, avoidance of duplication for ICRC groups, for disciplinary committees, distinct from one, under one umbrella. As far as question number 2, considerations, my thinking is that you would approach this looking at it through 3 phases. Phase 1 would be initiation, which is essentially terms of reference, the get to know you, laying out the framework led by a leader from each of the 4 groups, if there's 4 colleges in question. The second phase would be visual, just to conceptualize initiation, followed by execution. That would really be roll up the shirt sleeves in terms of the structure, defining the structure, again, terms of reference, the detail. And the third phase touches on Jamie's comment. Some of the most challenging is integration. That's making it work. Once the structure is in place, the system's in place, then making it work, which quite frankly, if we don't get integration correct, it's a house of cards. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Mark. Anthony?
Thank you, Hanno. I think we have a really good advantage, the fact that the BC college has done this this merger, and so we have a model, albeit it may not be perfect and it may not be what we want, but we can certainly take the best of that and then customize it to what really works for us. One of the things that I see with having a number of colleges, in this case here, 6, in their case, 6 public or 6 colleges or professionals, sorry, a number of colleges, forget about the 6, is that triaging and support staff would be much more, play a much more important role, so that they could kind of funnel to where a particular topic should go. So again, don't think outside the box, but make the box bigger. Like, don't throw away what's already there, but enhance it and utilize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Now I'm scrolling down. I don't have any Zoom hands up, but I am going to look to see if there are any physical hands up, because we are hoping to hear, we still have lots of time left on this topic, so we are hoping to hear from other members of council, and you don't have to address both.
Deborah's hand is up.
Question 2, but even one of them. Deborah. You need to unmute, Deborah.
Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just wanted to mention that I've seen lots of other organizations create mergers. You read about it in the newspaper all the time. Toronto amalgamated all its individual municipalities at one point, and it seemed quite overwhelming, but they seem to have accomplished a job. And it does take a process. Is there a coach or an organization that specializes in this concept so that we could get some guidance from that person with who already has developed the formula to make it work well? In other words, reach out to a specialist who knows how to do these specific mergers so that they already have the template that is successful. They have the proven track record. And we could reach out to their to give us some ideas on how to go forward with this.
Deborah, would you like me to ask Deanna if she would like to take a moment to address that?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Would you
thank
like to,
you.
please?
That's a great question, Deborah. I mean, I think the answer is yes. The simple answer is yes, that there are people out there that work in mergers and acquisitions. I mean, that's what they do. That's their area of expertise. But you know, there are, and I think it was you know, Mark mentioned this, and I think both Jamie and Nalin too, and Anthony, you know, it's such a bigger, it's much bigger than just the business side of it. It's also about the regulatory side of it. And that's where it might get a little bit harder to find some good advice, because I think the business mergers happen all the time, and those are much easier to, you know, there's to find consultants. But the regulatory stuff, and I would just say that in my experience working with HCPC and Coru in Ireland and the UK, and keep in mind, these are not like, at least in the oral health professions, it's sort of like professions that would be, you know, they're all dealing with the oral health. These are professions that are very different. And so, but they have got, how do they deal with registration? They have registration principles that are the same for all the professions. And then where they need to get specific for one profession, for example, like some go to universities, some go to more community colleges, then they separate that out. Ethical standards, same for everybody. Code of conduct, same for everybody. The standards of practice, infection control might be the same for everybody. You know, but you might, record keeping would be the same maybe for everybody, but where you need the specifics, so we would expect this of this profession, but not of another one, then you would have to drill out. So that's a different kind of merging all the stuff. Quality assurance was mentioned. You know, keeping competent might, it should be the same for everybody, the requirements, but how you do that with the different professions might differ. So I think, Deborah, your point is that for the business side of the mergers, you know, the back office functions, the practical sort of merging 4 separate businesses into one, I think there's lots of help. I think it would probably be a little more challenging to find the regulatory merger. And I think I would look to BC. Somebody mentioned that already, that we don't have to really reinvent the wheel, and see how they did it, because they, I'm sure, did get some assistance.
Thank you, Deanna. Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deanna, for all the information, and welcome again. It's great to see your face. I agree with what Dr. Lisho has said. Build on what BC has done in formalizing collaboration. You know, take what worked well and build on that, and improve on what didn't work well, maybe through external stakeholder consultation. In regards to the public interest rationale, I mean, I think it just increases overall public trust when we go to a patient-centered approach, as what Mark had alluded to. I think there's still a perception that the college is there for the practitioner and not the public. So I think this would just build and increase the overall public trust. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Brian Smith.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Deanna, for your presentation. I think in answer to the first question, the public interest rationale, and you know, if we ask ourselves, we all exist, or all of these organizations exist to provide service to the public. So if that's the case, we shouldn't have a lot of difficulty in agreeing to look at merger, looking and the better services and access to services mergers can and should provide. We can learn from the BC experience and others, as Deanna has indicated. We're doing the same things in each college, and maybe it's 85% of the activities we get involved with, registration and so on. So I think it's a matter of getting a commitment from our council and the other councils that we're willing to work with to look at this, get some people in that can assist us in moving forward with it, planning the activities. We have excellent staff. I'm sure the other colleges do too, that we can put together some good terms of reference, and with guidance from some people that have been involved in it before, make this a success. It doesn't have to be rocket science, but at the same time, I think we got to get a commitment up front from the other oral health organizations to do it. If the teachers, College of Teachers can do it, why can't we? And I thank you for the chance to make some comments.
Thank you. Anthony Mayer?
Sorry, I did not think I was next. I think Jamie and Alan are ahead of me.
No, but in fairness, because you're a first-time speaker, you get to talk to them.
Sorry, guys. No, I just wanted to point out, I just, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think BC did not do this on their own account. They were sort of mandated to do it because I think the Caton Williams report recommended it because they had trouble. And I don't think that is the case here. Not that we shouldn't be looking into this, but the situation in BC is quite different from the situation in Ontario. The last time somebody looked at Ontario, which was granted a few years ago, it was pre-pandemic, we got a glowing report. So I don't know where the impetus is coming from other than just interest. Perhaps somebody can.
Can I answer? Can I help you with that, or just yes?
Please do.
Yeah. So I think that you're right. In BC, and you make a good point. It was imposed, like the changes were essentially imposed, and I think the whole point of thinking about this now is go back to that slide about being at the front end of the train, because I think that that if we look at the changes, and not just what's happening in Canada, but you look at even the trends sort of worldwide, the days of everybody that is regulated has its own independent regulator is not sort of it's really going more into how do we regulate, and the multi-professional regulators, or the merging or amalgamating of regulated professions, albeit in different ways, is being sort of seen as the way things are going. So this would be more about being at the front end of the curve. And I think the advantage that you do have in this is that you can, if you're at the front, you have an opportunity to manage how it might look if you were to go that way. And you don't want to wait until it gets imposed, because I can tell you, having been on that side of the coin, you don't have any control then as to how it rolls out. And that would be the one advantage that I would see in discussing, or at least having this conversation as you're having it. I think it's a great thing that you're doing.
Thank you. And Dan, do you want to comment on this, or you just want to be on the speakers list?
I would like to comment on this, but I'll be very brief. And I think that we're sort of talking about several issues, obviously, and Deanna is posing this as a scenario to really find out how council contributes to the discussion with the public interest in mind. And we're also talking about something that's very significant and happening across the country in different jurisdictions around amalgamation or further collaborations. One of the things, though, that I think happened in BC, notwithstanding that there was a mandate to amalgamate, is that the colleges got together, and the first thing they did, I believe, was they started to look at the principles of amalgamating and looking at the public interest rationale for doing that. And so it was moved forward by a government mandate. but they wanted to make sure that they did it well, and they did it knowing that these are the reasons why we want to do it and how we will do it. So I just wanted to pose that as well.
Thank you. So I've got Harinder on my list as well as Jamie and Nalan, and we'll go through those three people and then I'll turn it back over to you, Deanna. So Harinder.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, and thank you, Deanna, for coming back and speaking with us. I think one of the points you have yourself raised about public confusion when you went to your dentist and there were 3 people taking care of you. So if you, as a very, very well-informed and educated person, have that issue, then a lay person can have public can have quite a bit of confusion about where to go and where to get the services. And the second one is, I think Harry Caton did raise in his report was that working as a team, we are taking care of oral health. There are 28 teeth of 32 teeth, some of us have. And they had 6 colleges. And I think that was one of the reasons that given by Harry Caton that public will be much better served if they're serving under the same rules and standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Harinder. Jamie?
Yes, very briefly, I think amalgamation is good, and it's good for the public. I listened to Mark when he said it's one client, let's put that client first. In the investment industry, when there were regulatory entities right across Canada, with Ontario being the model for most, it was very confusing. It was very confusing to those of us who had businesses in those jurisdictions. We had to follow separate regulations. And even down to the advisor level, when you talk to that one client, it was, oh, you own mutual funds, therefore you're subject to the Mutual Fund Dealers Association, or you have separate stocks and bonds, you're part of the Investment Dealers Association as an SRO. So that the discussions to have a single regulator in Canada basically started in 2018. To put a timeline on that, just in the last month, it was finally decided upon the name of the single regulator in Canada. So while this is a noble cause, and I think it's going to happen, it will take time, and it will take, and you're right, Deanna, there's lots of people that deal with back office mergers and all that sort of stuff, but to have regulators sit around a table and have meaningful discussions about who's doing what, we'll be there for a while at that table.
Thank you. And Nalan, you're last on my list.
Yeah, just a quick question, and more out of curiosity. In terms of prevailing mood, does anybody know what the prevailing mood is in the provincial government now for amalgamation?
Deanna, do you want to address that or not?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess the answer, Nalan, is I don't really know. What I can tell you is when I was the supervisor at the College of Denturists, we talked about this, and not so much with the dentists, but really because the denturists were so small and the dental technologists were so small, but the dental hygienists were much bigger. We wondered if maybe the 2 smaller colleges could go into the, it might work out to go in with the dental hygienist. And what I was told at the time was by the person who was my government contact at the time, who's now gone, but that the government would not impose that if the 3 colleges were to work it out and come to us with a proposal that was workable and was, the public interest argument was clear, and we were all willing to do it, that they would consider a proposal to that effect. But we couldn't do it at the time. There were so many other things we had to do that just sort of fell off our radar. That was 10 years ago. So I think that I don't know. I don't have any sense that this is something that will be, maybe Dan, I see you have your hand up.
Dan?
Yeah, I think that it's the same answer. We don't know. I think Nalan, when we received the government's policy proposals, February 2022 or January 2022, there were a number of things in there that we weren't expecting. And so we are still expecting that there will be some effort to have governance reform for regulators. We don't know we don't know when, but again, there could be surprises in there and what that means. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that the 4 oral health colleges already are collaborating on a number of things. I talked earlier today about the joint training day that we will have with all 4 councils. We are looking at possibly having shared services in some areas. So there are some conversations going on about that. We have unified the COVID guidance document. We have a working group of all of our investigative leaders who are looking at common ways to approach investigations when there's more than one professional involved in a complaint or a registrar's investigation. So that is a real significant effort to try to work with each other as much as possible. Obviously, it falls short of full amalgamation, but it is an effort to be efficient, to be effective, to work together, to build trust. And I just don't want to lose sight of that as well.
Great. Thanks, Dan. And thank you all for your comments. Dan, I'm going to throw it back to you now to take us to your second scenario.
Great. Thank you so much, Hannah. So this is another scenario for your consideration. To increase access to care, several stakeholders are asking the ministry to require internationally trained dentist applicants and recent domestically trained dentist graduates to spend a year as associates in remote or rural communities across Ontario. So how would such a move benefit the public and their access to oral health care, in your view? And what are some relative factors that council should consider when thinking about this possible scenario? Hannah, back over to you.
Thanks, Deanna. And Aaron, I'm going to ask you if you would be willing to make the first comment on this scenario, please.
Yes, thank you, Hannah. There's so much that can be said, I think, about this and so many different points and factors. So I'll keep it brief and I'll keep it pretty general. But I think in considering this from the standpoint of the public interest, I think distributing human resources to meet local needs is a huge plus. Also, the opportunity to build relationships with underserviced populations is hugely in the public interest. Also offering patients greater provider choice if you're putting more providers in areas that need them more, which is in the public interest. I think some other, maybe not benefits, but there's also some risks to consider in the context of the public interest regarding threats to quality of care based on the resources that are available and the type of services needed and quality control. Which is also a public interest issue that we would have to discuss. Another point that I thought of that has to do with the public interest is we would have to consider whether this strategy would be effective in fostering a lifelong commitment to access to care instead of just a short-term gig that people are doing. So I think that is a point that would border public interest and also touches a little bit on the interests of the dentist, which is a different stakeholder outside of our mandate, but also an important consideration. And then finally, there's the feasibility and the consequences of implementing this and enforcing geographic practice restrictions on membership, which is not an issue that has to do directly with the public interest. So that's more on the operational end of things and more in the scope of the dentist's interests. But I think in general, if the argument for this proposal is that it would be in the public interest and there's strong evidence that it would benefit the public, then the other factors we can consider we can consider how to mitigate them so that we can get the full benefits out of this this proposal and what's being suggested. And if there's anything that can't really be mitigated, then we would have to consider how the public interest could be affected indirectly. But yeah, on the whole, I think considering the interests of other stakeholders is important. It can still be done in the context of our mandate of putting the public interest first.
Thanks, Aaron. Mark Trudell, I was going to go to you first or next rather, but I see Mark Eckler had his hand up. So I'm going to do Mark Eckler, then Mark Trudell. So Mark Eckler, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Hanno. Since dentists are the conduit to delivering the care, I think we have to carefully consider this imposition of such, or putting it on. How would it affect dentists immediately? What type of lead time? Entrance into dental schools are the ones presently enrolled can be subject to it when they enrolled without that knowledge, what effects it's going to have on their families, as well as the potential long-term composition of foreign trained dentists who want to come to Canada, or the type and composition of applicant who will go into dentistry if it is imposed. Thank you.
Mark Trudell.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I guess my thinking as a public member of this council, I'm fully in favor of exploring any and all initiatives that may enhance safe, high quality access to care, including the revisions to current registration requirements for internationally trained and educated dentists and domestically trained new graduates. Subject to further review and analysis, including the points made by Aaron and Mark. The proposal that's presented in scenario 2 could really go a long way in effectively addressing the present challenges that exist in access to care, particularly enhancing the availability of resources, professional staff. My personal view is that it also may align with the Ontario Ministry of Health's regulatory reform and governance. I look at it as new pathways of registration. Creating new pathways of registration would not only serve to address access to care in rural and remote areas, but you could apply it to urban areas. And truthfully, concurrently at the present time, it might enhance the profession's ability to respond to the additional workload arising from the Canada Dental Plan. I mean, I think I heard in the conversation earlier today that it's projected to be potentially a 2 to 3 million additional patient workload eligible for oral health care. So my way of thinking is that the college and the profession needs to get ahead of it, as the image that was shown to us earlier with the train. So finally, I guess developing a revised registration program, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. The college can look at other professional regulatory bodies in Ontario for models. Other regulatory agencies, one that comes to my mind is the Ontario Association of Certified Engineering Technologists, which in recent months, they amended their registration programs for internationally educated and trained staff in response to a request from the Ontario Fairness Commission. So, and then finally, there may be value in modeling such a registration program to align with the requirements proposed in the emergency class of certificate of registration draft regulation that we spoke about earlier today. So the timing of such a concept aligns really well on a number of fronts. So I'm encouraging my fellow council members to seize, this opportunity of this discussion to really move the needle on access to care across this province, either in supporting the development of a task force or a working group as proposed in our notes today, in our working document, and mandating it, amongst other things, to look at new pathways of registration aimed at further enabling safe access to care. And truthfully, to circle back to council at the next meeting in June. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Osama?
Hey, everyone. I just had 2 points, actually. So this is a great discussion, and it's going to continue to be ongoing. I think the value of access to care is paramount, especially in the northern communities. The one thing that from a practitioner standpoint, we always have to consider access to care versus quality of care. And sometimes they may not necessarily agree, because access to care can be the quality of the care, there's a gold standard around that. And an example would be, in this note here, it says to spend a year as an associate. Well, there's the whole component of what's the continuity of care between associates if you're going to have somebody there for 1 year and then you bring in the next person. So great, you have excellent access to care, but then what's the quality of that care, and is there enough continuity of care as well? So there's more questions, and obviously that's the details around us. There's more questions around that. I always think that in order to make this work, you always have to have proper incentives. So I think that's what it comes down to is, what are the incentives? Instead of requiring an internationally trained dentist or a recent domestically trained dentist to our graduates to spend a year, well, what are the incentives for them? And perhaps more pay, perhaps better technology, access to better technology, to work in a hospital center and have access to a hospital center that they wouldn't necessarily have access to in Toronto. So I think the value to look at this is it's a great idea, obviously, and we talk about the equity component and access to care, but we have to be cognizant of what are the incentives, what are the different models out there for this, and obviously continuity of care. Back to you.
Thanks, Usama. Peter Deline.
Thank you. This idea, the idea of sort of forcing people to come north, it's not really a new one. They did it in medicine, I think, in Quebec, possibly in the 80s, 90s. I don't know if they still do, but because all the graduates from medical school wanted to work in Montreal. And they said, no, you can't work in Montreal, you got to get out. So they forced doctors to leave the city. In a case like this, I mean, I don't mind this idea at all. I think the benefit to the public is that you're going to get some people who actually like it up here and who are going to stay. And some of these quote unquote underserviced areas are no longer going to be underserviced. When I graduated 79, I got a grant to come north. So I got paid 25 or 28,000 tax-free to come north and set up a practice. And I thought it was a great little incentive, and physicians were getting the same incentive. And I talked to physicians who got that same money, and they thought it was a great idea. So, why isn't there something like that now? Maybe there could be. But like I say, the big benefit is going to be once you get people up there, a lot of them are not going to come back, and meaning go back to the city thinking that's where they should be. Thanks.
Thank you. Anthony?
Thank you very much. I don't want to really repeat what my previous colleagues have talked about, Usama, Peter, Mark. Very, very good comments. I remember when I was graduating, an area not far from downtown Toronto, Beamsville, an underserviced area, and exactly what Peter said. There was incentives to go to Beamsville, but for sure, Peter, you're absolutely right. People that did go north, a number of them did not come back, but you need to have incentives. So we should revisit and improve on what was happening in those years that we just described here. I've worked up in Northern Ontario in some of the Indigenous communities, and I found it really, really rewarding through the ODA program. And again, the key here is family, because if all your family is in Mississauga, guess what? It's going to be very, very hard to eradicate yourself and say, okay, I'm going to go X, Northern Ontario, the Quebec border, whatever. So I think incentives not only for the individual and not only money incentives. We're going to get a huge influx of new immigrants. Myself, I'm an immigrant, so I think I can use that word safely these days. And I think we have to look at a much bigger picture, but at the same time, revisit some of those some of those incentives that we had used in the past. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. And last person on my speakers list is Danielle Haas.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. One is access to care is not just geographical. There are access to care issues in Toronto as well. So it's not just geography. There are other reasons why patients aren't accessing care. So we don't want to lose sight of that. And as well, slightly different context, but back in 2015, the Association of Canadian Faculties of Dentistry, the topic of the conference was having an extra year of training, because the realization that 4 years of dental school perhaps isn't enough, and there should be a fifth year, a type of mentorship year. And this was discussed, that the fifth year could be under supervision in either a remote area, but the point, an objective would be to address the access to care with the new graduates. The same could apply to internationally trained dentists as well. A number of committees were set up, and it really it was very challenging and got stuck in the details. So at a high level, this seems perhaps like an easy answer, but it's quite challenging when you get to the details of how would you actually implement this for all the graduates of accredited schools, as well as for all the internationally trained dentists who are coming to Canada. So it's quite a challenging issue to try to implement. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And thank you everyone for your comments. And Deanna, I'm going to pass it back to you at this point in time, please.
Great. Thanks so much, Hannah. And thank you, everyone. That was great discussion. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about what I like to refer to as the illusion of choice. And I mentioned that one of the hallmarks of our regulation, a self-regulatory model that we enjoy in Ontario, is that we do have a lot of autonomy. And I think it's a real gift. Like, I look at some of the more government-led regulation in the States where, for example, the regulatory boards, all of the money that's collected from registrants would go into the state treasury, and then the regulatory boards would have to ask the governor for that money back, and may or may not get it depending on whether what they want to do aligns with his or her priorities. So we do have that ability. We have a lot of autonomy in our model, but we don't have the ability to just develop new legislation and pass it. I mean, we do rely on the government, who does have the authority to impose changes, and we have seen this. We have seen this of late, where acts have been passed and we're told that on such and such a date it's going to take into effect, so get your regulations in. And we've just gone through something like that very recently with emergency registration, and now we're looking at the fast tracking of licensing. But I want to just say something about the last point about there's little to be gained in saying no. And I mentioned that we had experienced this I have some personal experience in this in pharmacy when back, in 2008, the provincial government came to us and said that they wanted to put remote dispensing machines all over, Ontario. So, and it was under the, for the reason of increasing access to prescription services for Ontarians. And of course, our council really struggled with this. Most of the people on our council did not want anything to do with remote dispensing machines. But we came to realize that if we said no, just said we're not doing it, that they would have gone forward anyway, but it would have gone forward in a way that where we wouldn't have had any control or impact into how it rolled out. So we actually said yes, but we need to be as confident as we are that when people go into a brick and mortar pharmacy, that they are going to be protected to the same degree, so that the care they're going to get, the protection they're going to get is going to be the same as if they were going to go into a regulated brick and mortar pharmacy. And the reality is that we had a lot of control as to how that change rolled out. And even though it is permitted, it's the act was changed and they're permitted, we are not seeing them all over and on every street corner. So I just wanted to say that, you know, we think we have sometimes more choice than we do. And someone mentioned about BC and the imposition of the model, the amalgamated model. So I also think that some of the discussion we just had was so excellent, because your juices are flowing, I think, in the right direction. And that is sort of what are the things we should be considering and what are the pros and the cons in having that discussion. I think it's really important. And when I was with you in January, I floated this concept by you, and that's the courage, being a courageous regulator and not a complacent one. And I think that, you know, choosing courage over complacency is where we do have a choice. And that is, you know, not just saying, well, we can't do it, it's up to the government to do it, let the government do it, and then we'll deal with it. But being courageous and saying, okay, what could we do? Like, it is the government's decision, but what role could we have to help shape it? Or what could we do now within the confines of what we have in front of us vis-a-vis legislation? So I think that there's where I think our choice really does lie. And the current provisions, you know, you only have to look at what you're doing already at RCDSO and what a few of the other colleges are doing to realize that the way the legislation is set out, the provisions that are under it, they don't have to be barriers. So right now, our electoral model is set in our legislation, and you know, the elections determine who generally comes and sits on our regulatory boards. So we know that. And so I want to just share with you just a couple of examples of how some of the changes that most of us would think you just can't make them because we don't have the ability to do it, but how are they being done at some of the health colleges in Ontario? So I'll go back to my former place, the College of Pharmacists, just to share a couple of things with you. And this is the geographical district. So I mentioned that the board was changed from a size of 35 down to the lowest that they could go with the minimums and maximums that were set out in the Pharmacy Act to 20. So the board size has been reduced to 20. But what is of interest is 20 is if we are at the minimum numbers of public and professional members, which in our legislation is 9, plus the 2 deans, which gives us 20. However, were the government to go up to a higher number of public members, then that council will have a public majority. And they have brought down the electoral districts from 17 to 9. But the important thing here too is that the geographical districts have been pulled, and it's no longer based on geography. So for example, collectively, the board wants to see experience or pharmacists and pharmacy professionals who have experience or providing service in to diverse patient populations. So rural pharmacies, urban pharmacies, teaching hospitals, community hospitals, northern and remote areas, patient populations who identify as Indigenous, patients with mental health and addiction needs, patients in long-term care settings. So those are some of the criteria that the council's looking for to have collectively represented. And then there's other things that, experience and understanding when you look at skills. Have you been on other boards and committees? Do you have a reasonable knowledge of reading financial statements, a background in accounting? What about risk or risk management? Any human resource experience, legal experience, good grasp of issues related to diversity inclusion. So there's a whole number of things that they look for when they go through their eligibility, but it has nothing to do with geography anymore. And I think that the enhanced training at induction and on an ongoing basis, I mean, you guys are doing a great job there. You have a lot of training, and I think it's really positive, very good regulatory practice. And then their evaluation framework that they do for their board assessments, they're self-assessments, but they're also collective assessments. So it's really a comparator. How am I doing? How am I doing in comparison to how we're all doing collectively? So you guys, competency-based recruitment, you've been doing this for several years. You formalized recruitment and selection process. Your modules, people have to take it, could successfully complete it before they're eligible to sit for election and satisfy your eligibility review committee panels that they possess competencies to be effective members of council. So very, very aligned with best practices. And then finally, I would just mention the independence of statutory processes from council. So CPSO, College of Physicians and Surgeons, established a discipline tribunal, which replaces their discipline committee. It's got a new roster, which includes a majority of non-council committee members. So they do have to have some council members who sit on the tribunal, but they have also added 6 expert adjudicators who are external to the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So you'll see that there's a combination of external experts, non-council committee members, as well as council, but it isn't so much council heavy. So that's what they've done at CPSO. And just some last thoughts to leave you with, and I know we've gone over, but you've had such great discussion. We didn't want to sort of cut it short, but just to think about that, there really is little evidence, if any, to show that geographical representation is necessary or that it contributes to effective governance. Independence from council on the statutory processes or committees does remove a potential for a role or interest, conflicts of interest. The new recruitment processes, and you've gone through this as well. I think there was a lot of fear that would deter people and interest would be deterred. And matter of fact, in pharmacy, they found that it actually gave rise to more diverse interests applying to be eligible for elections and to running for elections. So I think just to leave you with the last thought is, ask how we can make changes, not if we can make changes. And this is, I think I don't have to go through this because of time, but we've already talked about this. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you. And again, I'm sorry we've gone a little bit over the hour, but I think we had some great discussion, and I hope everyone is okay with that.
No, thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much. I do agree. This has been a great opportunity. It's been a great discussion as well. It's always fascinating to listen to you, and you have such a wealth of knowledge and experience, and your generosity in sharing that with us is certainly appreciated. I'm going to turn it over to Dan in a minute, who I know wants to also conduct some polling for council in terms of governance modernization. But I am going to ask the question with a little bit of trepidation. If there are any one or two sort of burning issues that we want to ask Deanna about now before we let her go, knowing that hopefully we'll have the opportunity to have you come back and to talk to us again sometime, Deanna.
Great, thank you.
Oh, Usama.
I just had a quick question for you. I wanted to ask you this even last time when you chatted with us. What do you think the ideal size of a council should be, based off of all the information you have at hand?
Well, I think around 12. And I'll tell you, I did corporate director training, and I've also I'm on my second hospital board now. We've just recently gone through a process, Osama, looking at this very thing, like how many people do we need on our board? How many should we have? And certainly non-profit, but also corporate governance. the thinking is that, 10, 12, that you really can be much more effective and efficient. But I would say with the caveat that because of the way we're modeled in Ontario for the regulators, you need to be able to still go out and know when you need to get perspectives from other groups. You need to be able to still go out and do that. And I think you can.
Thank you. And I see Deborah, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. Thank you, Deanna. That was an excellent presentation. Was there a period of time in Ontario where all the oral professions, the denturists, the dentists, the hygienists, were all under one umbrella at one time in Ontario?
No, there wasn't. No. As a matter of fact, under the old Health Disciplines Act, the Royal College of Dental Surgeons, so dentists, pharmacists, nursing, optometry, and medicine were the only 5 regulated sort of health professions. And then the others came in from under the RHPA in the early 90s as standalone regulatory bodies.
Thank you. And thanks again, Deanna. That was really informative and I think gave everyone lots to think about. So Dan, I am going to turn it over to you now for closing remarks if you have any. And I know you also are interested in moving into the council polling.
Yeah, we'll move fairly quickly into the polling, but just thank you very much, Deanna. That was a great ride across the country and looking at some of the changes, and I think it was also extraordinarily helpful to really try to frame what we thought were 2 very difficult scenarios, and it's really about how we always put the public interest first, but there's always competing values, there's always competing perspectives. But when it comes down to hard decisions, how does this council make decisions that are in the public interest? So something that we are continuing to work on in terms of how we consult, how we bring information to you. But I thought that was a really helpful process to walk you through that. What I want to do then is we've talked about polling, and we'll try to do this fairly quickly. This is not about right or wrong answers. This is anonymous, and we want to hear your perspective, and it's questions that relate to the different ways in which governance is changing across the country. And what we want to do is really calibrate where our council is in terms of agreement or disagreement with some of the different things that could happen and are happening. So I know Angelo is going to put up a slide. We're going to use software called Slido. So get your phones. You can either go through your browser to slido.com and you can enter then that passcode, or you can use the QR code that's on the slide as well to get to the website. So we'll just give you a couple of minutes to do that, and then questions will come up on your phone and on the screen, and we'll pull in some answers and we'll save the results and we'll talk them through next time as well. And we want to do this as I'll just keep talking as you're getting ready with that. We want to see how perspectives change over time. We want to see where you are now in terms of baseline and how your perspectives might change or not change over time. So how is everyone doing? Okay. So here's the first question, Angelo. I support establishing a new governance committee to oversee the selection of professional members of council and the selection of committee members. So you have a Likert scale from strongly agree to strongly disagree. So we'll give you 30 seconds or so to punch in your answer. You can see on the top right of the screen, we should be going up to, I think, 22 people if everyone is in. We'll get as close to that as possible. And a question for Angelo, once we move to the next question, that previous question is then locked. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So 17 people. I'll just give it another 10 seconds or so. Okay, so we see that agree is leading the way, and again, we'll provide these results back to you. So can we go to the second question? The role of the executive committee should be reformed to increase the participation of council. So we're at 14. So we're at 18. Strongly agree is leading the way. And I don't see any more movement in the denominator. So Angelo, could you go to the next question, please? I support moving towards parity, equal number of professional and public members on council and committees. Okay, we're up to 19 for this question. That's great. Thanks, everyone. Strongly agree at 42%, with disagree not too far behind it. Angela, could we go to the next question, please? I support staggered terms for council and committee members to improve institutional knowledge. Okay, 19 have responded, strongly agree at 53%. Next question, please. I'm in favor of reducing the size of council to between 10 to 12 members. And that's related to Osama's question just a moment ago. So a lot of agreement, both strong and agreement at around 84% in total. We have 19 responses. Thank you very much. Next question, Angelo. I'm in favor of separating council membership from committee membership. Okay, so we're at 20 now, and 65% disagree. Thank you very much. So I believe we have one more question. I support recruitment of non-dentists with specified expertise to serve on committees to increase public participation and add skills. Okay, we're at 17. Just wait another 10 seconds. 18. And a lot of agreement as well, strongly agree and agree, leading at about 84%. And I believe I was wrong. There's one more question. We can go to the next one. Is that the next question? I feel like that's the same question. Is there another one, Angelo, about electoral districts? Okay, that's fine. I had a different question on my notes, but if we don't have it, that is perfectly fine. Angelo, if you want to just take the polling off the screen, I'll turn it back over to Hanno. So as I said, we will provide the results to you, and we'll also use those results to look at any shifts over time and also areas that we can focus on in providing more information, whether that helps you or not. And in terms of your understanding or knowledge of the issue, then we'll certainly continue to do polling as we move forward and look more at governance over the coming year. So Hanno, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dan. We are getting close to the end, so thank you all for your patience and for your contributions today. The next item on the agenda is for council information. These are the reports included in your package, starting on page 160 with the council evaluation survey results and finishing at page 257 with the PLP expert review task force update. These reports are for your information only, and this is how we are going to proceed. I will refer to each report individually. There will be no introduction or discussion unless you have a question. Remember, these items really are for your information only, but if there's something that you need clarified, this is the time to ask that question. And I'm going to go in the order in which the information items are listed in your materials. So I'm going to start with the council evaluation surveys from December and January meetings. Any questions? The financial update draft 2022 results. Any questions? Nalan.
Yeah, just looking at the financial statements, I know one of the reasons we increased fees was to bolster the PLP fund. So there's an income statement there, but there's no balance sheet. Did the PLP fund, the reserve fund, indeed go up?
And I'm told if I get a question in this area, I'm referring it to Jeff. So that's what I'm going to do now, please.
Jeff has had to leave.
Okay.
I think Nalan, and I'll turn it over to Kelly. She may have some further response. But Nalan, these are very draft. These are not audited. We have not gone through the Finance and Audit and Risk Committee. They will work their way towards those committees. But we wanted to see to show council some very preliminary results in terms of the 2022 outcome. So more to come, but I'll turn it over to Kelly to see if she has anything further to say about your question.
Thanks, Dan. I was just going to say that there will be more information at the June council meeting when we have the full audited results, which will include the full set of financials. Every council meeting, we've promised to provide some form of a financial update, which is provided in this format, unless there's another item on the agenda that has more extensive package prepared. So as Dan said, this is preliminary, and like we're actually in the audit as I speak. Like today, the audit is happening. So stay tuned for June, and we'll be able to answer and provide you with more details at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nalan. Next is the College Performance Measurement Framework, CPMF. Any questions? The RCDSO NDEB Memorandum of Understanding. Any questions? As of right, draft legislation. Are there any questions? The 2023 RCDSO Council Work Plan. Questions? The reappointment of Ram Chopra.
Thank you very much. I am honored to serve the council next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. The PLP Expert Review Task Force update. Any questions? And then that's it for this section. So we are now going to move on to other business. I know that there is at least one item we need to be dealing with in other business. And Dan, is this the appropriate time to ask that Noah be put in the waiting room?
Yes, it is. And Angelo, I believe, will coordinate that.
Okay.
I think, Hanno,
Yes, Harinder?
Noah had to go anyways at 3:25. She had another meeting, so she has left already.
Okay.
Okay, so then we don't have
Okay.
to worry about a waiting room.
No.
Okay. So this is a space on the agenda where we hold open in case any items come up at the last minute, or in case council wishes to discuss any items from the consent agenda. There were no items removed from the consent agenda, so that's not going to be an issue right now. But we do have one additional matter today in regard to the appointment of an RCDSO representative at the board of the National Dental Examining Board of Canada, the NDEB. The NDEB is the national organization responsible for establishing and maintaining the competencies for dentistry and administering the competency assessment for provincial licensure and entry to practice. A briefing note on this item was sent to council on Friday, March 31st. This is an item for council decision. And I'm going to hand it over to Dan to walk council through the proposal. Dan.
Thank you, Hanno. So you're aware of the NDEB, and Hanno described that organization. It is a very critical organization for dentistry and certification and licensure. And the NDEB has a board of 12 members, of which 10 are appointed by or recommended to be appointed by, from the regulatory authorities. Ontario has had our current representative, Dr. Ron Yaroskevich, as a member of the NDEB board since 2016. And so for the last few months, with the executive committee in its previous iteration, and then in the current iteration in January, there has been discussion about whether we should be contemplating replacement. Dr. Yaroskevich has done an incredible job. He has been very responsive and very communicative with me in terms of the issues, and I've been able to help him with further context, but really to look at our representation moving forward, as there are continually a number of very significant national issues that are happening, and to have an individual that is more closely connected to this council and can bring back information to this council. And so after doing a lot of due diligence and talking to the executive committee on a couple of occasions, the executive directed me to find out a little bit more about the NDEB's board appointment process. There are no impediments to any change that RCDSO wants to do at this particular point in time. The committee, executive committee also asked to explore whether Dr. Goma from Western would be interested in serving as the appointee should council approve that. And Harinder Sandhu, our president, had a conversation with her and can certainly elaborate, but she has agreed to serve if appointed. So it's coming forward today to look to council to consider making that appointment of Dr. Noha Goma as the RCDSO representative to the board of directors of the NDEB, and that would be effective immediately. And so what I'll do is I will turn it over first to Harinder to see if he has any further comments, and then there is a motion and we'll have questions and discussion as well.
Thank you, Dan. Last weekend, I had conversation with Dr. Goma and explained to her what her role will be. And I did impress upon her that we would expect that when she attends a meeting, she brings information back and presents to the council. And she was very forthcoming that she would be able to serve. So I don't have any other anything else to add. Dan has pretty much explained everything. So I think the motion should go forward to present it to the council.
Okay, in that case, could I ask that motion number 5, I believe it is, be put up on the screen? And council, for your consideration, the motion is that council appoints Dr. Noha Goma as the RCDSO representative to the Board of Directors of the National Dental Examining Board of Canada, effective immediately. And I am looking for a mover, Brian Smith, seconded by Usama. Are there questions? And people's hands are already starting up to vote. So does anyone have a question or a concern that needs to be addressed before Daniel?
Yes, I'm not sure if this will be discussed afterwards, but in the documentation, the term length was raised. Will we be discussing this after the vote, or do you want to discuss this now? I'm looking to Dan, because that was in the documentation as to is the term renewable, et cetera.
Dan?
Yes, it's a great question because I think it really is up to this council. The NDEB does not have term limits. And I think there's some balancing that needs to happen in terms of how long this college wants a representative to be on that board, but the NDEB doesn't prescribe it. So again, I'm open to comments or suggestions from council.
Because the reason, if I may, Mr. Chair, the reason I bring that up is based on the NDEB board's governance, there is a sort of an online process. Once one goes on executive, and you work your way up to become president. So certainly the council or executive should look at the renewal, but there shouldn't be a term limit, because that would not enable the Ontario representative to work her way or his way up to become president. You need to be on the board for a period of time. So as long as there's no term restriction, that would be in the interest of Ontario, because it's been quite a number of years since the RCDSO representative has been president of the NDB, because the terms keep turning over, and there needs to be some sustained time commitment given. So just that needs to be taken into account.
Okay, thank you for that, Daniel. And Dan, I'm going to turn that back over to you.
Just one last comment. There doesn't have to be a decision at this point. I think what we're trying to do is to, during the council cycle, which is 2 years, making sure that we look at this appointment and making sure that council is satisfied that the individual should continue or whether there should be a change. So we don't have to make a decision other than we have a note that we're bringing this forward to our executive committee and council on that 2-year cycle basis.
Okay, thank you for that, Dan. So I see a few virtual hands up, so I'm assuming that's because people are ready to vote. So I mean, I'm going to ask you now, if you have a question, just physically put your hand up, because I can see you all on my screen right now and we can address that. Amelia, did you? Okay, so I'm not seeing any physical hands. So the motion was that council appoints Dr. Noha Goma. It was moved by Brian Smith, seconded by Usama. Now I am going to ask you to raise your virtual hand if you are supporting that motion. And David, I see you, so that's good. And it looks like that is carried unanimously. So thank you for that. So thank you, members of council. We, at this point in time in the agenda, we will be looking at items that have been put into the parking lot. I'm not sure there was today, although I have a vague memory of something from early morning. So I'm going to turn it to you, Dan, because I was not keeping a parking lot list.
Yeah, Jeff Goldberg was, and he left, but I have 2 items that we did park. One was from this morning. Nalan had talked about the compliance rate, and I believe Susan addressed that in the afternoon so that council had more information about compliance and what we're doing. The second was related to sleep dentistry, and we will certainly take that back and have more conversation and bring that forward. And I believe it will be under the auspices of how we set priorities for the numerous clinical and non-clinical topics that we need to really figure out how we have the capacity to do them and which ones are the most important. But I thank you for that, and we will take that back. Those are the 2 parking lot items, Hanno. And I also have 2 clarifications that I wanted to make based on some of the discussion or questions that happened in the last few minutes.
Please go ahead.
The first is related to Deborah's question about whether all of the oral health colleges had been at any one time under the same regulator. I don't know if all of them have, but I was reminded that prior to 1993, when the dental hygienists were self-regulated and they had their own college established, they were part of RCDSO. So there have been combinations of groupings of oral healthcare providers under one regulator, but I'm not sure if probably not all of them at any particular point in time. So I just wanted to provide that clarification. The second is related to the question that Nalan asked about the fee increase. And Kelly reminded me that the fee increase was applied in the fall of 2022 for 2023. So that fee increase is not going to play out on the 2022 end of year financial statements. But obviously all the other things that were provided to you in terms of when you'll see more financial information and audited statements is still accurate. But I wanted to clarify when that fee increase actually started. Thank you, Hanno.
Thank you for that clarification on both counts, Dan. At this point in time, I would just like to give council a brief reminder that the next meeting will be a virtual meeting on Friday, April 21st, 2023, and that's for the final section of orientation for new council. The orientation is designed, however, for all 24 council members. The meeting will not be live streamed. And following that, on Friday, May 26th, 2023, there will be a joint Oral Health Colleges Council's Indigenous training session. This meeting will be a hybrid, though council members are encouraged to join in person if they are able. And lastly, our next council meeting will be virtual and will be held on Thursday, June 15th. The June meeting will be live streamed as usual. I want to take this opportunity to thank all members of council for their participation today and for their level of preparedness and their involvement. Hopefully, with some of the things that we've implemented, it's broadened the number of people who have been willing to participate and broadened the discussion. I know that you will have the opportunity to make comments in your survey about today's meeting, and I know that Dan and Harinder would encourage you to do that, because the goal of everyone is to allow as much conversation as possible, however, at the same time running sort of a smooth and well-oiled meeting machine. And Harinder, I see your hand is up, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Hanno. I want to just acknowledge your ability to rope us all in today and run the meeting on time. Thank you so much. I also want to acknowledge Dan's leadership in moving the college forward. There has been tremendous progress last 2 years, and moving this quarter, we have seen a number of initiatives moving forward. Thank you so much. And also committee chairs and all the members of council. Thank you so much for your work. And also thanking the public to participate who are watching our video stream. Thank you again.
And thank you for that, Harinder. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank staff, because even though I've done this for a little while now, I have butterflies in my stomach the morning of every one of these council meetings. But as soon as I start and I hear Angelo's voice, I know people have worked incredibly hard to organize this, and that there are people back also that whose faces we cannot see who are there to support us in every conceivable way possible. So even though we don't see your face, know that what you do behind the scenes is incredibly appreciated by us all. We do not have anything in terms of having to go in camera, so we're not going to have to do that at this meeting. So at this point in time, again, I want to thank you all for your participation and your attendance today. I would like someone to move to adjourn this council meeting, moved by Mark Trudell, seconded by Vivian. And I'm going to allow you to put your hand up any way you wish to do that, virtually or in real time. And this meeting is officially adjourned. And thank you again all for attending today. And have a good afternoon.
Well done, Hanno.
Thank you, Hanno. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.